Chapter 2396. Double the monthly ticket. 1 ticket becomes 2. It's a good deal. No matter where it was, whether it was the void or the universe, to a cultivator, strength was the most important thing. After obtaining the cultivation techniques and martial arts legacies, even the 4 first-order void clans returned to their wooden houses and began to comprehend and cultivate. The opportunity to come here, even among the first-order void clans, was not easy to come by. Of course, they had to cherish it. In the wooden house, Chernzong was comprehending the 10,000 elephant true technique. Because he had not adapted to the change from rules to laws, the 33 heavens of the mind and the Heart Sutra were also affected. As a result, Chernzong could not multitask to comprehend, and his efficiency was greatly reduced. Please note that the purpose of the training camp is to train. The 9 heavens ring's voice sounded in Chernzong's mind. The training has already begun from the moment you entered this camp. Training. Chernzong temporarily put down his comprehension of the 10,000 elephant true technique. Instinctively, he felt that the meaning behind this was extraordinary. That's right. This is the training camp of the 9 heavens imperial court. It is the first stop for the prodigies from the various void clans. It is the starting point for the prodigies of the void clans to adapt to the laws of the universe. The 9 heavens ring continued speaking. Its voice was neither high nor low, without any fluctuation, as if it did not contain any emotion. Every newcomer has a 1-year training period. Chernzong listened quietly. He felt that this information was very important, and he had to grasp it clearly. Only those who pass the training are qualified to truly enter the 9 heavens imperial court. If they do not pass the training and are still alive, this memory will be sealed and sent back to their original void. They will lose this opportunity. Upon hearing this, Chernzong's expression turned grave. The consequences of this seemed to be a little serious. If you pass the trial and enter the 9 heavens imperial court, you can also fight for a second chance to enter the 9 heavens imperial court's trial camp for the void you came from, the 9 heavens ring continued. As it explained, Chernzong also understood what it meant. This time, there were a total of 9 people who passed the test in the void that he came from and obtained the chance to participate in the trial. Among the 9 people, as long as half of them could pass the trial, then the sea of light in the void that he came from would continue to exist. After a period of time, there would be a second chance to take the test. After passing the test, they would be able to participate in the trial of the 9 heavens imperial court and arrive at this trial camp. On the other hand, if less than half of the people pass the trial, then it would depend on the level of the people who pass the trial. The worst thing would be to lose the opportunity. The sea of light would disappear and the crack would close. Then, they would have to wait for many years to accumulate power before they could open the trial again. This was because he had passed the trial and obtained the qualifications to maintain that sea of light and the crack. He needed to use the power of the 9 heavens imperial court. He had to prove his worth before the 9 heavens imperial court was willing to expend that power. It was a simple logic. There were 9 people in the void on his side. Under normal circumstances, at least 5 of them would need to pass the trial. The final trial evaluation for different sequences of the void is also different. For example, your 3rd sequence void only needs to obtain a first-class evaluation. Chernzong frowned slightly when he heard this. First-class evaluation? That didn't sound like a difficult thing to do. However, Chernzong had a feeling that this was not an easy task. There might be even more difficulties behind it. The trial is divided into many levels of evaluation. The lowest level is to master the 3rd level of the 10,000 elephant true technique during the trial period. The 2nd level is to master the 4th level of the 10,000 elephant true technique. The 3rd level is to master the 5th level of the 10,000 elephant true technique. After a year, the higher the trial level, the more attention you will receive and the more rewards you will receive. All in all, in this year, Do your best and work hard to obtain a higher trial level. That will be extremely beneficial to you. The Nine Heavens Imperial Court's tone was suddenly filled with encouragement. Chenzong thought carefully. The information brought by the Nine Heavens Imperial Court was not much, but the content was very rich. The more he thought about it, the more surprised he was. One more thing. There is not only one campsite on the trial ground. There are 4 campsites, namely the north, south, east, and west. The campsite you are in is the east camp. Chenzong was instantly shocked. There were actually 3 campsites like this. Remember, some of the life forms in the campsites arrived earlier than you. The 4 campsites are in a competitive relationship. Even among the same campsites, there is still a competitive relationship. On the trial ground, killing is prohibited within the campsite. There are no restrictions outside the campsite. Every sentence of the Nine Heavens Imperial Court was not for nothing. There was a purpose behind it. As for whether one could understand the meaning behind it, it depended on one's ability to understand. However, those who were able to come here were not ordinary prodigies. Their ability to understand was not bad. One more thing. The trial ground is also called the Ferocious Demon Wasteland. Outside the campsites, there are ferocious demons running amok. Killing ferocious demons will give you trial points, and trial points can be exchanged in the campsite. Killing other cultivators on the trial ground will give you half of their trial points. This sentence immediately made Chenzong's heart tremble. This seemed to be encouraging killing. Killing other cultivators on the trial ground would give you half of their trial point. It really seemed like a form of encouragement, but it was also very cruel. Those who were able to come here were the top prodigies of each void. If they died here, it would be too much of a pity. Everyone has 3 death marks. After dying outside the campsites, you will be reborn in the campsite. If you are killed again after your death marks are used up, you will truly die. Death marks can be exchanged with trial points. Death marks. Chenzong repeated in a low voice. On the back of his right hand, 3 overlapping skull marks were faintly discernible, containing an indescribable mystery. How extravagant! The Nine Heavens Imperial Court was indeed extravagant. Chenzong took a deep breath and exhaled slowly. He had already finished sorting out all this information. Jiutian, tell me about the ferocious demons, Chenzong said. Ferocious demons, also known as the universe ferocious demons, are an evil race born in the universe. They have relatively low intelligence and worship destruction. They will eat the flesh and blood of all living creatures. No one knows how many voids have been occupied and devoured by them. The Nine Heavens Imperial Court's tone seemed to contain an indescribable solemnity. Ferocious demons are the natural enemies of all living creatures in the void of the universe. Ferocious demons are divided into different levels. The ferocious demons of the Ferocious Demon Wasteland are known as the soldier-level universe ferocious demons. According to your cultivation level, they correspond to the Yuanming realm. Every level of ferocious demon is further divided into juvenile, adult, mature, evolved, and complete forms. The general-level universe ferocious demons correspond to the transcendent realm. Soldier-level ferocious demons have very low intelligence and rely more on instinct. The higher the level of the ferocious demon, the higher its intelligence. Killing a juvenile soldier-level ferocious demon will earn you 1 trial point. The higher the level of the ferocious demon, the more trial points you will earn after killing it. Do you have any questions? You can ask me. I will tell you everything that I can. The voice of the Nine Heavens Imperial Court fell silent. Suddenly, there was a rumbling sound coming from his stomach. The feeling of hunger was becoming more and more obvious. Chenzong couldn't help but take the meat essence pill from the black wooden box and consume it directly. In an instant, his mouth was filled with a supple feeling. A rich fragrance spread out. It was the fragrance of grains and meat mixed together. It was full of flavor. With 1 meat essence pill in his stomach, Chernzong's hunger quickly disappeared, and he felt a sense of fullness. He took another clear water pill and consumed it. It melted in his mouth. It was as clear and sweet as ice spring water and was very delicious. It immediately eliminated the hunger that had just surged up. Chernzong checked and found that there were 29 meat essence pills and clear water pills left. According to the amount of 1 meat essence pill and 1 clear water pill per day, it could last for 30 days. However, the trial period was 1 year. Even if it was just survival, relying on those clear water pills and meat essence pills was completely insufficient. Moreover, even the lowest trial evaluation required one to master the 3rd level of the 10,000 Elephant True technique. The first level of the 10,000 Elephant True technique was free. The 2nd level, 3rd level, 4th level, and 5th level all required trial points to exchange. To a certain extent, this urged everyone to go out and fight with the ferocious demons. The trial rules here were indeed very complete. There were no loopholes that could be exploited. All escape and luck did not exist. One could only work hard. Otherwise, one could only wait for failure. Their memories would be sealed, and they would be sent back, losing this opportunity. Then, let's start meditating. The 10,000 Elephant True technique. The technique inheritance obtained from the inheritance tablet was only the 1st level. According to the introduction, cultivating the 1st level would allow 1/10,000th of one's strength to adapt to the laws of the universe. If one cultivated the 2nd level, it would be 1/10,000th. If one cultivated the 3rd level, it would be 100. If one wanted to fully adapt, they would need to cultivate the 4th level. However, the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th levels all required trial points to exchange. Other than that, other pills and the like also required trial points to exchange. All in all, trial points were very important. The exchange method was very simple. That was to pass through the 9 heavenly rings in the camp. Chernzong used the 9 heavenly rings to operate and found that the 2nd level of the 10,000 Elephant True technique required 100 trial points. The 3rd level was 10 times more, requiring 1,000 trial points. As for the 4th level, it required 10,000 trial points. The 5th level required a shocking 100,000 trial points. 100,000. That was an astronomical figure. Who knew how many ferocious demons one had to kill to accumulate that much? As for the meat essence pill and clear water pill, there were not many. 1 pill only required 1 trial point. That was the most basic guarantee of survival. Chernzong checked the death mark. The first death mark required 1,000 trial points. The second death mark required 10 times more. 1,000 trial points did not sound like much, but it was a consumable. Here, the danger did not only come from the ferocious demons, but also from the other prodigies in the camp. If a worker wants to do a good job, he must first sharpen his tools. Chernzong began to comprehend the first layer of the 10,000 Elephant True technique. After he had grasped all the information he could find, he strived to successfully cultivate it in the shortest amount of time and recover part of his strength. Chapter 2397. There were only 114 words in the first level of the 10,000 Elephant True art. It wasn't a lot, but each word condensed an incomparably profound mystery. It could be said that each word was like a jewel. Those with insufficient comprehension ability wouldn't be able to comprehend anything at all. Chernzong was certain that if the first level of the 10,000 Elephant True art was placed in the void where he came from, Yuan underworld cultivators who could comprehend it would be as rare as phoenix feathers and unicorn horns. However, it wasn't necessarily better when compared to some of the more profound cultivation arts in the void. The main point was that the 10,000 Elephant True art carried the laws of the universe and not the rules of the void. This was an essential difference. If someone who had never come into contact with the laws tried to comprehend it, the difficulty would increase countless times. Chernzong quickly realized this. The first difficulty in comprehending the 10,000 elephant true art was that one had to understand the laws to a certain extent. However, this was his first time coming into contact with the laws, and they were very unfamiliar to him. Chenzong frowned when he couldn't comprehend it for 3 days in a row. Fortunately, he had a tough mind. Otherwise, he would have been impatient. The 9 heavenly rings trembled slightly as a message was transmitted. It was from Duan Linkong. "Brother Chen, have you comprehended the 10,000 elephant true art?" Duan Linkong's voice sounded as if he was going crazy. "I have been comprehending it for 3 days and 3 nights, but I have no clue at all." "Same here," Chenzong replied. Wukongming soon came to the door and gathered the 9 of them. According to his intention, he wanted to brainstorm and verify it together. He hoped that they would be able to find a clue in a shorter time and be able to comprehend the 10,000 elephant true art. This proposal was approved by everyone. "Chenzong, I heard that your comprehension ability is amazing. Have you not comprehended the 10,000 elephant true art?" Huijie glanced at Chenzong and said unhurriedly. Chenzong's comprehension ability was astonishing, and this was a well-known point. "It's my first time coming into contact with the laws. It's too unfamiliar," Chenzong replied unhurriedly. In addition, it was because he couldn't use the Heart Sutra. If the Heart Sutra wasn't restricted, then he would have 10 times the comprehension efficiency under the Heart 10 artistic conception. He might even have comprehended the 10,000 elephant true art. Without the Heart Sutra, even though Chenzong's comprehension ability was outstanding, he couldn't surpass the others by too much. Everyone didn't waste any time and voiced their own opinions. Even though they didn't comprehend any mysteries during these 3 days, everyone had different directions of entry. So, by verifying each other's opinions and brainstorming together, they might be able to ignite even more inspiration. After a round of discussion, everyone felt that they had gained something. They all left to continue their secluded cultivation. Another day passed. Chenzong felt that he had comprehended something, but he was still a step away. People to this that. Thousand true realm. That's fast. Chenzong couldn't help but gasp. In retrospect, the first-rank Voids' rule was more complete and advanced than the third-rank Voids' rule. It was closer to the universe's rule. The difference was at least 100 times. With such an advantage, the first-rank Void's life forms would be able to get started and cultivate in a shorter time. This was something that couldn't be helped. It was an innate difference. On the 6th day, people from the Paleobeast tribe and the Giant tribe also successfully cultivated the first level of the 10,000 true realm and walked out of the camp. Time flew. 10 days had passed in a row. Everyone from the first-rank Void had successfully cultivated the first level of the 10,000 true realm and walked out of the camp to hunt ferocious demons to gain trial point. At the same time, a few prodigies from the second-rank Void had successfully cultivated the first level of the 10,000 true realm. They recovered part of their strength and walked out of the camp. However, most of the second-rank Void's prodigies were still working hard. As for the third-rank Void's prodigies, it was even more so. They hadn't even gotten started. The gap was becoming more and more obvious. When the 12th day came, some of the second-rank Void's prodigies had succeeded and walked out of the camp. Today was the 13th day. So, this is the maxim, Chenzong thought to himself. He felt an invisible, formless, and colorless power. That power was very brilliant and omnipresent. It had a kind of mystery that encompassed all things and was supreme. Most of the time, the difference between getting started and not getting started was only a line or a thin film. However, the difference was like heaven and earth. When Chenzong had a preliminary understanding of the mystery of the maxim, the difficulty of comprehending the first level of the 10,000 true realm suddenly dropped by countless times. Chenzong quickly comprehended the mystery contained in each of the 114 words. In just half an hour, Chernzong had completely comprehended the 10,000 true realm and started cultivating. As soon as he started cultivating, the solidified power in his body suddenly emerged in wisps and circulated along the path of the 10,000 true realm. After circulating one cycle after another, more and more power seemed to be unfrozen and turned into streams of water that surrounded his body. Chernzong realized that the unsealed power was different in nature compared to before. It seemed to be of a higher level. This was because the previous power had adapted to the maxim of the void. Now, the power was constantly transforming along with the mystery of the first level of the 10,000 true realm and had become a power of a higher level. As this power circulated throughout his body, Chernzong realized that his body-refining power was also being unsealed bit by bit. He had to admit that the 10,000 true realm was really mysterious beyond compare. After circulating the first level of the 10,000 true realm for 99 cycles, Chernzong's power had been unsealed by 1/10,000th. If he continued to circulate it, he would not be able to recover the slightest bit. This meant that Chernzong had completely mastered the first level of the 10,000 true realm. The feeling of recovering power was incomparably wonderful, especially the feeling of regaining what he had lost. This made Chernzong very happy. After taking a deep breath and calming down his excited mood, Chernzong began to comprehend the inherited swordsmanship. The name of this swordsmanship was very simple. It was called the Ninefold True Sword and had a total of 9 forms. In terms of swordsmanship, Chernzong's comprehension was outstanding. Moreover, he had a preliminary understanding of the universal law. Therefore, the efficiency of his comprehension was very high. In less than an hour, he had completely comprehended the Ninefold True Sword and began to cultivate it. The Ninefold True Sword was very simple. With Chernzong's foundation in swordsmanship, he could easily master it. It's very pure, Chernzong said in a low voice. The 9 forms of the Ninefold True Sword were very pure. This kind of purity made Chernzong speechless for a moment. Since he had already mastered the first level of the 10,000 true realm and had completely mastered the Ninefold True Sword, Chernzong took the remaining meat essence pills and fresh water pills, opened the door, and walked towards the main gate of the camp. Brother Chen, have you already? Duan Linkong had just come out for a stroll. This was a habit of his. Every time he encountered a difficult problem, he would change his way of thinking. Yes. Chernzong nodded in response. At this time, the successor disciple of the Eternal Battle Fort, who was wearing a ferocious ghost mask, also walked over. His gaze swept past Duan Linkong and fell on Chernzong's face. He nodded slightly and walked out of the camp. What? Even the war demon? Duan Linkong was shocked again. He felt like he had suffered a blow. In any case, they were partners who had come here together. It was hard to accept that he had been defeated. Duan Linkong, who was both shocked and motivated, did not say anything else. He immediately finished his stroll and returned to the small wooden house to cultivate in seclusion again. This time, he had made up his mind. He would not take half a step out of the wooden house until he had comprehended it successfully. Not long after, the others also found out about the news. They also looked like they had suffered a great blow, especially Huijie and Yuan Chongshan. They were both Taoists from the Holy Land. Why were the two of them one step ahead while they were lagging behind? Under this kind of stimulation, Yuan Chongshan and Huijie also comprehended it faster. When Chernzong stepped out of the camp, the war demon's figure was already gone. Of course, the war demon was not his real name. It was just a title. Without thinking too much, Chernzong stepped forward and quickly ran forward. The ground beneath his feet was brown and covered with dark green grass. It was extremely tough, and even if it had been trampled countless times, it would not be destroyed. Even if it was destroyed, it would regrow in a short period of time. It was extremely tenacious. Although he had recovered 1/10,000th of his strength, He still could not use his movement technique. Because it was a movement technique cultivated in the void, it was incompatible with the universe. He could force himself to use it, but he would not be able to grasp the essence of it. Instead, it would affect him. It was better to use his strength to run. As for flying, it was impossible. He could only use his legs to travel. As soon as Chen Zong left the camp, he felt an extremely ferocious and violent aura in the open space. Moreover, the further he was from the camp, the stronger the aura became. The trial ground was also called the fearsome demon wasteland. There were 4 trial grounds in the 4 directions of the trial ground: north, south, east, and west. Within a certain range of each trial ground, there would not be any fearsome demons. About half an hour after leaving the camp, an ancient mottled stone bridge appeared in front of Chen Zong. The stone bridge was about 100 meters long. Below the stone bridge was a river that was 100 meters wide. It was 100 meters high from the stone bridge. The river water flowed neither too fast nor too slow, making waves of splashing sounds and creating small splashes. This river separated the real trial grounds from the campsite. Stepping on the ancient mottled stone bridge that seemed to be covered with moss, Chen Zong could feel an indescribable heaviness. When he crossed the ancient mottled stone bridge and truly stepped into the training grounds, the violent and ferocious aura instantly increased by several times, causing Chen Zong's body to involuntarily tremble as his expression turned cold and solemn. The fearsome demon wasteland. The universe's fearsome demons. It was time to face it. Chen Zong's eyes focused. Wisps of light were like the edge of a sword. In his heart, there was not the slightest fear. On the contrary, he was looking forward to it, slowly looking forward to it, and a trace of fighting spirit. The cultivation of the first level of the 10,000 elephant true technique unsealed and transformed not only the cultivation strength of chi cultivation and body refining, but also other aspects, such as divine thoughts, mental strength, and so on. The sword was in the scabbard, but it was already faintly unable to hold back. First, he set a small goal, such as 1 second. Remember, Book Guest House mobile version website. Chapter 2398. The trial ground was also known as the ferocious demon wasteland. The sky was dark red, like the color of blood after it had dried up. It would make people feel terrified. It was a feeling that directly impacted the spirit and the depths of the heart. It was not that simple. The extremely violent evil aura turned into gusts of wind and swept past like a tide. Is this the so-called ferocious demon? Chen Zong's eyes shone brightly, as if they were solid. He stared at the figure in front of him. It was a 2-meter-tall figure that stood upright. Its entire body was greenish-black, and its skin was rough, as if it was covered with fine lumps. It looked abnormally tough, like the skin of a toad. Its head was hideous and terrifying, as if it was pieced together by a wolf and a bear. Its eyes emitted a scarlet light, full of violence and bloodthirst. Its mouth was full of crisscrossing teeth, as if it could bite everything into pieces. Its 2 arms were very long, hanging directly to the ground. Each arm only had 4 claws, which were abnormally sharp. The muscles on its legs seemed to be very well developed, full of explosive power. This ferocious demon also noticed Chen Zong. Turbid saliva flowed out of its crisscrossing mouth, as if it had discovered a peerless delicacy. It kicked its legs, and as the muscles on its legs trembled, an extremely powerful force immediately erupted, propelling its body forward and charging towards Chen Zong at lightning speed. The ferocious aura rushed over directly, as if it wanted to crush Chen Zong. A sense of horror rose from the depths of his body. It was a sense of crisis, as if he had encountered a natural enemy. It was not directly related to strength, but more related to the essence of life. Natural enemy. The ferocious demons of the universe were notorious for their violence and bloodthirstiness. The human race and all other living creatures were regarded as existences like food. It was impossible for them to coexist with the ferocious demons of the universe. It was either you die or I die. When Chen Zong discovered this ferocious demon, the Nine Heavens Ring also gave him a notification. Iron Claw Demon, Soldier Level Infant. In an instant, the Iron Claw Demon flew over. Its two iron claws were abnormally sharp, tearing the sky apart and grabbing Chen Zong directly. It was violent, cruel, and ferocious. As soon as they met, it wanted to tear Chen Zong into pieces and eat him. Eating flesh and blood would allow the ferocious demons to grow. That was the main way for them to become strong. Chen Zong's figure. His eyes were fixed on the Iron Claw Demon, capturing its every move. The Iron Claw Demon's movement was strange. As it approached, its sharp claws piercing through the air, Chen Zong's figure, and he quickly dodged it. The way the Iron Claw Demons attacked was very simple and direct, but it was also very efficient. They did not waste any extra energy. Everything was just right, just like a martial arts master who had returned to the basic. Every move they made was for the sake of battle, for the sake of killing. Due to its extreme speed, the claw shadows spread out in all directions, completely enveloping Chen Zong from head to toe. It was as if it wanted to tear Chen Zong apart. However, Chen Zong was in the midst of it, constantly moving and dodging. Even if he couldn't dodge, he would pull out his sword to block and use the force. After about a dozen breaths, Chen Zong figured out the Iron Claw Demon's combat strength and method. The attacks of the Iron Claw Demons could not be said to be profound and unfathomable. On the contrary, it was very simple, but it was simple to the extreme, as if it had returned to its original state. It had abandoned all useless magnificence, leaving only the most basic and purest killing technique. Everything was only born to kill the enemy. This was the most terrifying aspect. The combat strength of this infant Iron Claw Demon was at the 3-star Origin Demon realm. However, it could even fight against an ordinary 4-star Origin Demon realm cultivator. Ferocious demons of the universe were born with astonishing combat strength. After figuring out all of the Iron Claw Demon's methods, Chen Zong directly counterattacked. The first sword of the Ninefold True Sword. The sword light was swift and fierce, like an aurora flashing through the air in an instant. It seemed to leave a sword mark in the eye as it slashed at the Iron Claw Demon's body. The Extreme Heart Phaseless Sword was Chen Zong's natal artifact. It was also restricted by the laws of the universe, and its power was greatly reduced. It was only 1/10,000th of its original power, causing the power of the sword to decrease significantly. Chen Zong's expression changed slightly when the sword slashed down. This sword actually couldn't cut the Iron Claw Demon's body in half. It had only split open its rough and tough skin. What an amazing defense! Chen Zong couldn't help but be shocked. Although it was only an infant, it had the combat strength of a 3-star Origin Demon Realm cultivator. Furthermore, its attack power was extremely shocking. In addition to its terrifying defense, it could even contend against a 4-star Origin Demon Realm cultivator. Such a life form, blessed by nature, was really too terrifying. Fortunately, ferocious demons of the universe didn't have much intelligence. If they had high intelligence, they would become extremely terrifying and unstoppable. Before the sword could succeed, the Iron Claw Demon's sharp claws had also arrived in an instant. It was extremely terrifying and directly tore Chen Zong's figure apart. However, there was no blood splattering. What was torn apart was only an afterimage. Chen Zong had already dodged. The second sword slashed out. The second sword of the Ninefold True Sword. Following the sword mark made by the first sword, the second sword slashed directly in and encountered another obstruction. This Iron Claw Demon didn't just have tough skin and amazing defense. Even the insides of its body seemed to be very tough as well, greatly resisting the sharpness of the sword. However, the power of the second sword was twice as strong as the first sword. Following the original sword mark, the second sword slashed directly in. Despite the heavy resistance, Chen Zong's sword slashed halfway in, causing great damage to the Iron Claw demon. Draw the sword. Slash. Accompanied by a stream of black and red smelly blood splashing, the Iron Claw demon's body was trembling, and it was in great pain. The soldier-level ferocious demons of the universe didn't have much intelligence, but it didn't mean that they didn't have feelings. They would still feel pain when they were injured, especially when half of their bodies were cut. When the long sword was drawn out, the pain of cutting went straight to the soul. Under the severe pain, the Iron Claw demon became more and more frenzied. Its sharp claws crazily attacked Chen Zong. Each of its claws was condensed with black and red energy, which was extremely fierce and could crush everything. Chen Zong kicked out quickly and fiercely on the Iron Claw demon. Using the force of the kick, he pulled out the long sword in an instant. With a puff of black and red smelly blood, the Iron Claw demon flew back. Its sharp claws just happened to scratch in front of him, tearing apart the afterimage of Chen Zong. Falling to the ground, Chen Zong tapped the ground with the tip of his toes. His strength broke out again. He rushed forward and slashed horizontally with his sword. The second sword of the ninefold true sword. It wasn't that Chen Zong didn't want to use the third sword, but that he hadn't mastered it yet. This sword accurately cut into the wound. It was like a hot knife cutting through butter. It cut through the Iron Claw demonic beast's body like a meteor cutting through a mountain. It was cut in half at the waist. The Iron Claw demon's body fell to the ground in two halves, but it didn't die immediately. It still waved its claws and fiercely counterattacked, wanting to kill Chen Zong and perish together with him. Unfortunately, the Iron Claw demon that was cut in half lost the ability to move. It could only wave its claws in place and struggle for its life. After a quarter of an hour, the Iron Claw demon's claws fell powerlessly. Chen Zong waved his sword, but the Iron Claw demon didn't react at all. It was dead. He got 1 trial point. Chen Zong couldn't help but show a bitter smile. A young soldier-level cosmic demon was actually so difficult to kill. In this battle, he had consumed almost 10% of his chi refining power, but in the end, he only obtained 1 trial point. In total, it could only be exchanged for a fresh water pill or a meat essence pill. It was too inefficient to maintain the basic consumption for a day. Thinking about the second level of the 10,000 elephant true technique, it required 100 trial points to exchange for. That meant that he had to kill 100 infant soldier-level universe demons, which didn't seem to be an easy task. 9 heavens, are all infant soldier-level universe demons so powerful? Chen Zong asked. Yes. The 9th heavenly ring's tone was very certain. Also, different ferocious demons have different strength. For example, the Iron Claw demon has a pair of extremely sharp claws. With the strength of your body, once you are caught, you will be torn apart. Hearing this, Chen Zong couldn't help but be horrified. He suddenly thought of a problem and asked again, what about adult demons? They have the combat power of a 6-star Yuanming realm, and can compete with a 7-star or 2-star Yuanming realm demon. Mature demons are comparable to 9 stars and can compete with 10-star or 2-star Yuanming realm demons. Evolved demons have the combat power of an 11-star realm demon and can fight against a peak 11-star realm demon. Complete demons have the combat power of a 12-star realm demon. Chen Zong couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. This demon was simply too ferocious. In the battle just now, Chen Zong was very clear that he could win 1-on-1. If it was 1-on-2, he could also win. If it was 1-on-3, it wouldn't be easy. After all, he had only cultivated the first level of the 10,000 elephant true technique. His strength had only been unsealed by 1/10,000th of the level. If he wanted to unseal it further, he would need to cultivate the second level of the 10,000 elephant true technique. However, he needed 100 trial points to exchange for it. And where would the trial points come from? Kill the demons, or kill other trial takers. No matter what it wasn't that simple. It was extremely dangerous. This was an endless cycle that he had no choice but to do. Even if he only wanted to get a first-grade trial evaluation, he had to go out of the camp and fight. At the very least, he had to ensure that he could survive and not die of hunger or thirst. If a dignified prodigy, and a top prodigy at that, were to die of hunger or thirst here, it would simply be a disgrace to the void, and he would be laughed at for thousands of years. He took out an elixir from the void and consumed it. He quickly used the 10,000 elephant true technique to refine it. Chernzong realized that the 10% of qi refinement cultivation power he had consumed hadn't recovered much. The conversion rate was too low. There was indeed an essential difference between the power of the void and the power of the universe. If he wanted to make up for it, he had to use quantity to make up for it. Fortunately, Chernzong had many elixirs stored in the 9 heavens ring. If 1 wasn't enough, he would take 2. If 2 wasn't enough, he would take 10. Originally, this 10% of qi refinement cultivation only needed 1 elixir to completely recover. Now, Chernzong had to refine 100 elixirs before he could recover. This didn't mean that the power Chernzong could use now was 100 times stronger than before. In fact, it wasn't much different. It was only because of the different rules and laws. If he absorbed energy from the outside world to recover, it would be possible. However, the aura here was still mainly from the evil spirits of the demons. Absorbing too much wouldn't do him any good. The best way was naturally to exchange for the corresponding elixirs from the camp. That required trial points. Exhaling a long breath, Chernzong didn't lose any confidence even though he felt extremely exhausted. Instead, his fighting spirit was high, his blood boiling, and his sword intent vibrating. This was a feeling that he hadn't felt in a long time. Chapter 2399. Double monthly votes. Begging for monthly votes. In the trial ground, fierce demons were everywhere, as if they were endless. Chernzong did not need to spend much effort to find them. Instead, he had to be careful to avoid attracting the attention of too many fierce demons and being besieged by them. Iron Claw Demon, Sharp Blade Demon, Bronze Armor Demon, Centipede Demon, Multi-Armed Demon, Compound-Eyed Scorpion Snake. The universe's fierce demons were a general term. Below them, there were many kinds of fierce demons, each with their own strength. For example, the Iron Claw Demon had a pair of extremely sharp iron claws that could tear everything. The Sharp Blade Demon had a blade arm that was extremely sharp and could cut everything. The Bronze Armor Demon's copper armor had an extremely shocking defensive power. Even if it was a young soldier level, Chernzong had to consume 30% of his qi refining strength to cut through it. It should be noted that when killing the Iron Claw Demon, Chernzong only consumed 10% of his qi refining strength. Fight. Fight constantly. Different fierce demons had different fighting styles, but they had one thing in common, which was high efficiency. They were born purely for fighting and killing. Every battle was not easy for Chernzong, and he could not afford to be careless in the slightest. Although he had 3 chances to die, he would try not to die if he could. This was the edge of the trial ground, the outermost part. The fierce demons were mainly young. If he went further in, he would encounter adult fierce demons. The combat power of adult fierce demons was many times stronger than that of young demons. Chernzong had no confidence to fight against them, let alone kill them. Fight. Crazy fight. 1-on-1. Sometimes he had to fight 1 against 2. In the end, Chernzong won. After winning, Chernzong would immediately take out elixirs to recover his consumed strength. In such a place, he had to keep his strength at the peak state at all times to avoid any accident. Although Chernzong had an amazing reserve of elixirs, he had to take at least hundreds of them each time, which was very shocking. According to this situation, he would not be able to hold on for long. After recovering his strength, Chen Zong moved again. Fighting and killing was also a kind of tempering. Walking on the edge of life and death, one could temper one's spirit and will, sharpen one's swordsmanship, and stimulate one's potential. The first and second sword of the ninefold true sword had been completely grasped in battle after battle. His grasp of them had reached the pinnacle. Every sword he used became sharper and sharper, and the energy he consumed was also reduced. The three ferocious universe demons discovered Chen Zong at the same time and immediately approached him from different directions. Their terrifying ferocious auras swept over like tides and locked onto Chen Zong, leaving him nowhere to hide. Iron claw beasts, sharp blade beasts, bronze armor beasts. Chen Zong's eyes glanced over and focused, clearly seeing the position and speed of the three beasts. With his current strength, if he were to be surrounded by three ferocious demons, it would be a tough and dangerous battle. Even if he didn't die on the spot, he would still be severely injured if he was careless. Fortunately, the three ferocious demons had different speeds. The iron claw beasts were the fastest, the sharp blade beasts were a little slower, and the bronze armor beasts were the slowest. With a clear mind, Chen Zong made the most accurate judgment and reaction. He stepped out and his speed increased to the extreme. He became one with his sword and turned into a peerless sword light, instantly rushing toward the iron claw beasts. First kill the iron claw beasts, then the sharp blade beasts, and finally the bronze armor beasts. In this way, he wouldn't be surrounded. The second sword of the ninefold true sword. The sword was unsheathed, and along with the lightning-like figure, it instantly cut through the air. The sharp claws of the iron claw beasts also cut through the air and tore Chen Zong's figure into pieces. However, it was just a residual shadow. At the critical moment, Chen Zong's speed increased by 30% and he avoided the attack. Cut. Under the amazing speed, the body and sword became one, making the power of this sword reach the extreme. So far, there were as many as 10 iron claw beasts that had died under Chen Zong's sword. Chen Zong also figured out how to kill the iron claw beasts more quickly and effectively. The sword light was so sharp that it seemed to be indestructible. It directly cut through the neck of the iron claw beast. Although this sword didn't completely cut off the iron claw beast's neck, it cut off most of it, causing the iron claw beasts to lose their vitality quickly. Even with the strong physique and amazing vitality of the ferocious demons, they were also greatly affected. His body landed, and he turned around instantly. He turned around and slashed with his sword, tearing the sky apart. The head of the iron claw beasts suddenly flew high and rolled in the air. The headless corpse waved its sharp claws wildly and attacked in front of him, but it couldn't threaten Chen Zong at all. This iron claw beasts was extremely ferocious, but when their heads were cut off, they could only struggle on the verge of death. At the same time, the blade beasts also arrived in an instant. The intelligence of the universe's ferocious demons was simple. They had more of an instinct to destroy, kill, and devour. Such an instinct, driven by simple intelligence, became a kind of fearlessness. Even if they saw the iron claw beasts being killed, the blade beasts were not afraid at all. They still attacked fiercely. Cut. The 1-meter-long blade arm chopped down in the air. It was so powerful and sharp that it seemed to be able to cut through a mountain. It was so powerful that it seemed to be able to cut everything into pieces. Chen Zong felt that he seemed to be cut in half by this blade, so he didn't dare to resist it. No matter what kind of universe's ferocious demons, their bodies were very strong and their strength was very amazing. Chen Zong had already tried it. It was very difficult for him to resist the blade of the blade beast. He lowered his body and rushed out in an instant. His sword cut through the air. Kill. The afterimage was cut into pieces by the blade. The terrifying power of the blade suddenly cut a mark on the hard ground. The extremely tough grass was cut and twisted into pieces. While the grass was fluttering, a sword light suddenly broke through the air. It was like an aurora, piercing towards one of the blade beast's eyes. The second sword of the ninefold true sword. This sword technique seems simple, but it wasn't. Each sword had no fixed moves. It could be cut or pierced. All the application depended on one's heart. It all depended on one's ability. Chernzong had completely mastered the first and second sword. Naturally, he could use them freely. And the second sword was stronger than the first sword. Simply put, the 9 sword moves of the ninefold true sword were actually divided into 9 levels. The first sword was the first level, and the second was the second level. The mystery of each sword was the same. It was just that each sword was stronger than the last. The power of the first sword was limited. It wasn't enough to kill the ferocious demon. At most, it would cause light injuries. The second sword was twice as strong as the first sword. Of course, Chernzong chose the second sword. Of course, the power consumed by the second sword was much more than that of the first sword. This sword was extremely fast. It directly pierced through one of the blade beast's scarlet eyes. In an instant, it twisted and pulled out again, bringing with it a puff of stinky blood. Chernzong's body fell to the ground, and he attacked again. Kill. The blade beasts followed in the footsteps of the iron claw beasts and died under Chernzong's sword. Only the bronze-armored beasts were rapidly approaching. The upper body of the bronze-armored beasts was unusually thick. It was covered with palm-sized bronze carapace. It seemed to have an incomparably amazing defensive power. Its legs were a little thin, which made people worried whether they could support the huge and strong body and whether they would break because of it. But obviously they wouldn't. It was just that the speed of the bronze-armored beasts was relatively slow. When Chernzong killed the iron claw beasts and the blade beasts one after another, it hadn't completely approached Chernzong. Chernzong's body turned, and his eyes condensed an astonishing cold light. Like a sword shooting in all directions, he directly stared at the bronze-armored beasts and locked on from a distance. A fierce and cold sharp chi was locked on from a distance. The sword chi was surging, carrying the astonishing momentum of killing 2 fierce beasts in a row. It condensed an unparalleled sword essence, extremely fierce, strong, and pure. A sword attack. This sword, the sword light, was extremely bright and dazzling. It was like a cold lightning splitting the sky, carrying an unparalleled power and sharpness, and instantly killed. The third sword of the ninefold true sword. With Chernzong's current strength, it was difficult to perform the third sword. Even if he forced himself to perform it, he couldn't exert much power. It was better to perform the second sword. But after many life-and-death battles, and the astonishing momentum condensed from killing 2 fierce beasts in a row, plus Chernzong completely grasped the second sword, it was natural for him to comprehend the mystery of the third sword. Now he had mastered it. The sharpness of the third sword was completely condensed in this sword, and then it burst out in an instant. It was as if it could split the sky and the earth and shatter the void. The power of the third sword was twice as strong as that of the second sword, which greatly increased Chernzong's strength. Kill. The defensive power of the bronze-armored beast was extremely amazing. Previously, Chernzong's second sword attack continuously hit the same place, and it took several sword attacks to break its defense. This third sword attack, with Chernzong's body as one with the sword, arrived like a flash of lightning. This sword attack directly split open the bronze armor of the bronze-armored beast. The double enhancement seemed to be equal to 2 swords, but in fact, it was not. It directly broke the bronze armor and cut into the body. The sword chi raged and cut in half. Following the momentum of the body, it suddenly twitched. Like drawing a knife to cut water, the sword blade crazily cut the body of the bronze-armored beast, bringing out a puff of extremely stinking blood. Suffering a serious injury, the bronze-armored beast was furious. A pair of arms covered with bronze armor fiercely bombarded, but Chernzong nimbly circled behind him and attacked again. The sword attack was deadly, filled with an unparalleled and amazing sharpness, and immediately beheaded the bronze-armored beast. The 3 fierce demons died one after another, and Chen Zong gained 3 trial points. From the beginning to the end, the whole time was only a dozen breath. It was very short, but Chen Zong felt that nearly 50% of his qi cultivation strength had been consumed. He quickly took out a large number of elixirs and threw them into his mouth. He quickly chewed and swallowed them, and operated the 10,000 elephant true skill to refine and absorb them to restore his strength. Now, I already have 28 trial points. Chen Zong thought to himself as he recovered his cultivation base. 28 trial points could only be exchanged for 28 freshwater elixirs or 28 meat essence elixirs. But at present, he still had some freshwater elixirs and meat essence elixirs left, which were enough to support his consumption for more than 10 days. For the time being, Chen Zong wanted to exchange for the second layer of the 10,000 elephant true skill. Only by reaching the second layer would he be able to recover even more of his strength and become even stronger. He would then be able to kill even stronger vicious demons and obtain even more trial points, forming a virtuous cycle. As for the impurities contained in the elixirs, they were directly purified by the divine fire on his body. Even if the power of the divine fire was also limited, it was enough to purify those impurities. In the trial ground there was also a day and night. When Chen Zong came out, it was 10 o'clock in the morning. Now night had fallen. Chapter 2400. The trial grounds at night were even more dangerous than during the day, as a large number of dire demons would appear, and it would be very easy to get surrounded by them. Furthermore, besides feeling hungry, people would also feel tired and would need to rest. It would be best if they could get some sleep. Dire demons ran amok in this wasteland, so it was naturally not a good place to sleep. Naturally, they would have to return to the campsite. Chen Zong wasn't too far from the campsite, so it didn't take long for him to return. When night fell, Chen Zong also stepped onto the ancient mottled stone bridge. The ferocious demons that were chasing after him all paused, as if they had sensed something. They roared unwillingly, but at the same time they also looked fearful. Chen Zong realized that these dire demons could actually feel fear. The reason they hadn't been afraid of death in the previous battle was because he hadn't been strong enough to make them feel afraid. After crossing the stone bridge and stepping into the campsite, there were figures walking around, all of them exuding a shocking aura fluctuation, which made Chen Zong wary. These figures were all geniuses from the second-rank and first-rank Void's clans. To this day, the prodigies of the First Order Void had all successfully cultivated the first level of the 10,000 Elephant True technique. More than half of the Second Order Void prodigies had also successfully cultivated the first level of the 10,000 Elephant True technique. However, only a small portion of the Third Order Void prodigies had managed to do so. In particular, Chen Zong felt a great threat from the first-rank Void race elite. Their aura was much more tyrannical than his own. Could it be that these people have already cultivated the second stage of the 10,000 Elephants' true skill? Chen Zong's thoughts turned. It was highly possible that this was the case. After all, he had obtained 28 trial points that day, while the first-rank Void race elites had cultivated the first level of the 1,000 Elephant True technique a few days earlier than him. According to the 20 trial points a day, they should have accumulated enough points to exchange for the second level of the 1,000 Elephant True technique. Those who could reach this place were at least equivalent to the peak of the Yuan underworld. There was a huge difference between recovering 1/10,000 th of a 12-star combat power and recovering 1/1000 th of it. Moreover, first-rank Void life forms were born with stronger innate talent. Chen Zong had consulted the 9th Heaven Ring before. The Demon Barbarian race and the Evil God race were indeed beings from other Second-Order Void realms. They came from different Second-Order Void realms. The Evil God tribe's ability to possess another's body was extremely strange. The barbarian tribe's ability to burn their totem's power was also extremely terrifying. This was a unique talent that the human race did not possess. In that case, what kind of talents did the races from the First Order Void possess? Passing through the two inheritance tablets, Chen Zong saw the geniuses of the demon tribe and the heavenly human tribe accepting the inheritance. After returning to his cabin, Chen Zong could finally relax. He first operated the 10,000 Elephants' true skill for a few cycles. The fierce demon aura in this camp was very weak, and the universal yuan energy was much clearer, which made it suitable for cultivation. Although the first level of the 10,000 Elephants' true skill could no longer unseal his strength, it was a habit to operate and cultivate. Then, Chen Zong drew his sword and practiced the first 3 moves of the ninefold true sword. It was just a demonstration, and he did not pour much power into it. It was purely a sword move to familiarize himself with it and comprehend its mysteries. The more Chen Zong practiced the ninefold true sword, the more he felt that this sword technique was not simple. It seemed that every sword move was very simple and could be used directly. There were no changes. However, when one really practiced it, one would discover that the profoundness contained within each sword move was extraordinary. After practicing a few times, Chen Zong put away his sword and stood still. There seemed to be sword shadows flickering in his eyes. There were many flashes of inspiration in his mind. He vaguely comprehended something, but because his mastery of the ninefold true sword was not high enough, he was unable to truly comprehend it. Chen Zong was not discouraged. As long as he continued to practice the ninefold true sword and grasped more mysteries, he would definitely be able to comprehend the mysteries within. After practicing a few more times, Chen Zong felt tired. He sheathed his sword and took out a big bucket. Then, he took out a fresh water pill and dissolved it. Instantly, the big bucket was filled with clear water. After continuous battles, his body was not that clean. It was fine if he did not have the opportunity, but since he had the right conditions, of course, he would wash himself well to remove the filth from his body and let himself feel clean and comfortable. It was only the consumption of 1 fresh water pill. Of course, it was not cheap. 1 fresh water pill was worth 1 trial point, which was equivalent to a young soldier-level fierce demon. Chen Zong's idea was to treat himself better. After all, the path of cultivation was not easy. If the conditions allowed, he should treat himself well as much as possible. As for food and water, Chen Zong was not worried. Even if he did not exchange for food and water, he had stored a lot of food and wine in the 9 Heavens ring. They could completely replace the consumption of fresh water pills and meat essence pills. The only difference was that it would take more time to eat the food and wine, while fresh water pills and meat essence pills only needed to be consumed in an instant. If he returned to the camp, he could totally enjoy the wine and food. If he was in the trial ground, fresh water pills and meat essence pills would be his first choice. After heating up the water, Chen Zong took a hot bath to remove the filth from his body. Then, he changed into a clean set of clothes and had a good meal. After that, he had a good rest to recharge his energy. When the night faded and the day arrived, it was the 14th day. Brother Chen, I finally mastered the first layer of the 10,000 Elephant True technique. Duan Linkong was very happy. Congratulations! Chen Zong also smiled. The others had also mastered the first layer of the 10,000 Elephant True technique and recovered 1/10,000th of their strength. Among the 9 people, Chen Zong and the War Demon were the first to master the first layer. The other 7 people were greatly stimulated and were separated by a day. Brother Chen, you've already killed a fierce demon, right? Duan Linkong asked. How are the fierce demon's methods? Chen Zong used simple words to explain, and Duan Linkong's face immediately became serious. This fierce demon's degree of difficulty was beyond imagination. Brother Chen, why don't we work together? Duan Linkong suggested. Sure. Chen Zong did not have any objections. If they worked together, the speed of killing fierce demons would be faster, and the speed of obtaining trial points would also be faster. As for how the trial points would be distributed, there was naturally a rule. If they worked together to kill fierce demons, the trial points would be divided equally. If they killed it alone, it would belong to them, and the trial points could be transferred. This way, they could accumulate more points in a shorter period of time. Working together was a trend. Whether it was the first-order void prodigies or the second-order void prodigies, they would all do this. Of course, working together was not something that could be done casually. In the end, Chen Zong and Duan Lingkong worked together, Yuan Chongshan and Li Xianyun worked together, Huijie and Wu Kongming worked together, and Luo Wuxing and Zhen Yi worked together. As for the war demon, for some reason, it refused to work together. Whether or not to work together was entirely up to their own will, and it would not be forced. By the way, I just heard a rumor that someone has already mastered the third layer of the 10,000 Elephant True technique, Duan Lingkong said. The third layer? Chen Zong was shocked. He had not even exchanged for the second layer, and someone had already mastered the third layer. It was simply sensational. Is it someone from the 4 major clans? Chen Zong asked in reply. Yes, Mo Luogu of the Demon Tribe, Xing Tianming of the Celestial Tribe, Wang Mang and Ashur of the Giant Tribe, and Wu Xiu of the Ancient Beast Tribe. They are known as the 4 powerhouses of the East Camp, Duan Lingkong said. As a rogue cultivator, he was very good at collecting information. 4 powerhouses, Chen Zong repeated, and he could not help but feel surprised. It was too amazing. In just over 10 days, they had already mastered the third layer of the 10,000 Elephant True technique and unlocked 1% of their strength. This speed was unimaginable. These 4 people should be the first 4 who had mastered the first layer of the 10,000 Elephant True technique. This kind of comprehension, this kind of talent was really amazing to the extreme. Let's go and try to exchange for the second layer of the 10,000 Elephant True technique as soon as possible, Chen Zong said to Duan Lingkong as he regained his composure. That's right. I'm not as good as them now, but sooner or later I'll surpass them. Duan Lingkong chuckled, looking very confident. What people feared the most was lack of confidence. Whether or not one could succeed was one thing, but if one did not have confidence, one would be done for. Leading Duan Lingkong, Chen Zong stepped into the trial ground again. Today, more people stepped into the trial ground because more people had mastered the first layer of the 10,000 Elephant True technique. Crossing the ancient mottled stone bridge, they stepped into the trial ground and moved forward quickly. Today, Chen Zong had an idea, or rather, a plan. That was to join forces with Duan Lingkong to find and kill the soldier-level growth body fierce beasts to gain more trial points. However, before that, he needed to let Duan Lingkong practice with the young fierce beasts to familiarize himself with their cooperation. They encountered a blade demon and let Duan Lingkong fight with it. After a while, Duan Lingkong finally killed it. The spear technique that Duan Lingkong used was called the Ninefold Absolute Spear. It was also an inherited martial art from the camp. The Ninefold Absolute Spear seems to be different from the Ninefold True Sword, Chen Zong thought to himself as he watched Duan Lingkong's battle. Duan Lingkong used 2 different spear techniques. They were different from the Ninefold True Sword. In the Ninefold True Sword, each sword was stronger than the last. The second sword was equivalent to the strengthening of the first sword. However, the first and second spear of the Ninefold Absolute Spear were different. The first spear was faster, and the second spear was stronger. After fighting 3 young fierce beasts in a row, the trial points that they obtained all belonged to Duan Lingkong because he killed them alone. Brother Duan, time is of the essence. Let's go deep into the wasteland now and find the mature fierce beasts, Chen Zong said. Okay. After Duan Lingkong consumed the medicinal pill to recover his strength, He was in high spirit. As a rogue cultivator, he had experienced countless life and death battles since he grew to this day. From the bottom of his heart, he did not reject battle at all. Instead, he looked forward to it. Duan Linkong had a deep understanding of the fierce beast's toughness. While he was fearful, his blood seemed to have been ignited, and his battle intent was boiling. Fight. It was nothing but death. The two of them did not hesitate at all and immediately went to the center of the fierce demon wasteland. The deeper they went, the stronger the fierce beasts were, especially in the center. The fierce beasts there were all in their complete form, and each of them was extremely powerful. Chapter 2401. On the ominous demon wasteland, the geniuses from the 4 training camps all stepped into the wasteland to hunt ominous demons, but they could also be hunted by ominous demons. Chen Zong and Duan Linkong worked together. Sword light flashed and spear light spun as they fought a 3-meter-tall blade demon. This blade demon was much taller and bigger than the ones they killed before. Its combat power was also much stronger. Its aura was much more powerful and ferocious. It was not something a young blade demon could compare to. It was an adult blade demon. Its blade arm slashed horizontally, and the blade light was like a crescent moon. It was as if it could cut a mountain in half. The blade aura was extremely ferocious, as if it was fighting with its life. It emitted a tragic and cruel aura. Chen Zong and Duan Linkong's expressions were stern. They were extremely serious and did not dare to take this blade head-on. The power contained in this blade was too terrifying. If they were hit, they would be severely injured even if they did not die. A mature ominous demon had the combat power of a 6-star, but it could fight against a 7-star. It was extremely terrifying. Soul burn. With a shout, Duan Linkong's aura contracted and expanded 9 times in an instant. It was as if he was ignited by a flame. It directly burned and formed a flame shadow that covered his entire body. In an instant, Duan Linkong's power and speed increased by several times. He quickly dodged the blade demon's blade attack. His long spear suddenly shook and pierced out. The spear energy condensed into one and exploded with shocking speed. First spear strike of 9-fold absolute spear. The more basic the power, the less likely it was to be affected. Soul burn was a secret technique that Duan Linkong obtained early on. It was a secret technique that focused on the body's basic power and speed. It was also easier to adapt to the universe's laws. Chen Zong had experienced the strength of a mature ominous demon. He immediately unleashed his full power. Lin Wu's supreme technique. Heart burn. The supreme technique of the spiritual martial arts was to fuse the power of the Qi refining stage and the power of the body refining stage into a new power. Although it was very clever, in reality it was a relatively basic technique. Moreover, it was a technique that was very compatible with one's body. Therefore, there were fewer restrictions and it was easier to use. Lin Wu's supreme technique's biggest restriction was the synchronization of Qi refinement and body refinement. The burning of the heart fire increased one's strength and speed. It was also an increase in one's basic strength. All of a sudden, Chen Zong's battling power increased by a lot. He did not back off like Duan Linkong. Instead, he did the exact opposite. He rushed up and welcomed the blade light that was coming towards him. He approached the blade monster, and with another attack, he slid past the blade monster's body and sliced with his sword. When the long sword cut through the blade demon's rough skin, Chen Zong immediately felt an indescribable toughness. It blocked the cut of the blade and didn't cut it open. It only left a light scratch. Duan Linkong's spear hit the blade demon, but it was unable to pierce through its rough skin. It also left a mark. His defense was simply too tough. It was so tough that it made people despair. If he couldn't even break through its skin, how could he kill it? If he was struck by the other party's saber, even if he didn't die, he would be crippled. However, no matter if it was Chen Zong or Duan Lingkong, both of them were extraordinary, and their will was incomparably firm. When they decided to join forces to hunt and kill the growing fierce demon, they'd already thought about the numerous difficulties they would encounter, so how could they possibly retreat just like that? Fight. Fierce fight. No matter if it was Chen Zong or Duan Lingkong, they didn't hold back at all. They used all of their strength. They had to kill this blade demon in the shortest amount of time to prevent the battle here from attracting other growing fierce demons. If there was another one, then they would have to retreat. Ninefold True Sword's third sword. Under the extreme battle power, the power of the third sword was raised to the extreme. It turned into an extremely sharp aurora and instantly pierced through the air. It was extremely sharp and invincible, leaving a mark in the sky. A sword mark. Duan Lingkong performed the ninefold Absolute Spear's second sword. This spear contained an extremely tyrannical power. It chopped down from the sky like a giant axe, as if it could shatter a mountain. However, the growing blade demon's strength was too tyrannical. No matter how the two of them attacked, it didn't suffer any obvious injuries. Even Chen Zong's third sword under the extreme battle power could only break through its defense. It couldn't cause much damage. "Brother Duan, hold it back," Chen Zong suddenly shouted in a low voice. "Okay." Although Duan Lingkong didn't understand Chen Zong's intention, he gave him the greatest trust. He didn't even think about what if this was Chen Zong's strategy. He wanted him to hold the blade demon for a while so that he could escape. Since they were going to work together as partners, they should trust each other. They shouldn't be suspicious of each other and always have other thoughts. Of course, Chen Zong's goal wasn't to fight for an opportunity to escape. His body flashed and his feet were like water. He quickly slid back to increase the distance between him and the blade demon. Just as the blade demon was about to attack, Duan Lingkong completely exploded. His spear pierced through the air and arrived. It carried a terrifyingly powerful force and directly bombarded the blade demon's body. The extremely tyrannical power immediately caused the blade demon's body to shake. The power was condensing. As it shook, it crazily poured into the sword in his hand. A layer of misty clear light flowed out like water, forming a perfect cycle on the sword. The sword light swallowed and spat out, and the majestic sword intent vibrated and spread out. The sword trembled slightly, and a series of buzzing sounds filled the surroundings. Chen Zong's hand trembled, and the sword seemed to fly out of his hand at any moment. "Fourth sword," Chen Zong muttered. Accompanied by the buzzing sounds of the sword, his body flashed, and he became one with the sword. He approached the blade demon and swung his sword. The sharp blade demon's saber slashed down, instantly causing Duan Lingkong to fly away like a moth. Duan Lingkong coughed up blood, but because of this, the sharp blade demon was unable to react in time to deal with Chen Zong's sword. It was like the absolute beginning divine light that opened up the world. It was like the divine thunder that tore apart the darkness. It was like the aurora that pierced through the world. Dazzling, 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 shocking. It made Duan Lingkong, who was flying backward and vomiting blood, absent-minded. When the remnants of the sword light gradually dissipated, Chen Zong had already landed on the ground. His face was slightly pale, and the blade demon maintained its motionless posture. 1 breath, 2 breaths, 3 breaths. Dark red smelly blood spurted out from the blade demon's neck like a fountain. Its head was also sent flying by the blood, and it kept rolling in the air. One sword cut off its head. The body that lost its head struggled to fall to the ground, and it gradually lost its vitality. So strong. Duan Lingkong's body fell to the ground, and he quickly jumped up. His face was full of shock. How strong was the grown-up blade demon? When the two of them fought together, they couldn't do anything to it. They could only rely on their superb skills to barely resist and not be defeated. But now, Chen Zong suddenly erupted and actually unleashed such a terrifying sword attack, directly killing him. Chen Zong quickly took out a large number of pills and consumed them. He activated the 10,000 elephant true technique to refine them. Duan Linkong was shocked, but he also quickly took out pills to recover his strength and heal his injuries. After killing the grown-up blade demon, Chen Zong received 10 trial points. It was 10 times more than the infant blade demon. The difference was too big. However, it was not easy to kill it. It benefited from Chen Zong's shocking sword foundation and extraordinary comprehension. Plus, he had stimulated his potential during the fierce battle. At the crucial moment, Chen Zong comprehended the fourth sword of the nine-sword true technique. Once he used it, it exploded with an extremely powerful force and killed the blade demon. However, the fourth sword consumed half of Chen Zong's strength. It was half of his strength under the limit of his combat power. In other words, Chen Zong could only use 2 swords before he was exhausted. Normally, he could only use 1 sword because he had to conserve some of his strength. Otherwise, once he was exhausted, it would be difficult to recover in a short time in this place. It would be very easy to die. A large number of pills were quickly refined. The consumed strength was also quickly recovered. 2 low life forms, hand over your trial points. A voice filled with malice suddenly sounded. A figure quickly approached. It was a first-rank demonic tribe member. This demonic tribe member's body emitted an extremely shocking aura. It was powerful and terrifying. It suppressed the surroundings, causing Chen Zong and Duan Linkong's expressions to change. They instinctively felt that this demonic tribe member's threat level was even higher than the grown-up blade demon. They might not even be a match for him at their peak, let alone now. Duan Linkong's injuries had not healed, and his strength had not recovered yet. As for Chen Zong, he had only recovered 70% of his strength. Quickly hand over your point. Otherwise, I'll make you beg for death. The demonic tribe member's dark and deep eyes emitted a cruel light. His aura instantly skyrocketed. It was shocking and terrifying. Brother Chen, I'll hold him back. You take the opportunity and leave. Duan Linkong transmitted his voice. I'll use the fourth sword. Chen Zong replied. How confident are you? Duan Linkong asked. Chen Zong couldn't help but shake his head. He didn't have much confidence in his heart. This demonic tribe member had at least cultivated the second stage of the 10,000 elephant true technique. His strength was extremely terrifying. He definitely had the ability to kill a grown-up blade demon. Furthermore, the demonic tribe was an intelligent race. They weren't something that a soldier-level demon could compare to. Brother Chen, don't hesitate. I'll hold him back. At most, I'll die, but I won't really die. At most, you can get more trial points and give them to me. Duan Linkong laughed and walked towards the demonic tribe member. I only have 6 trial points. I'll give them all to you, but please don't kill me. Okay, as long as you give me all your trial points, I'll spare your life. The demonic tribe member's dark eyes flashed as he smiled. In order to transfer trial points, they had to come into contact with each other through the 9 heavenly rings. As Duan Linkong approached the demonic tribe member, he could feel the extremely terrifying aura coming from the other party. It was as if it was going to drown him. He couldn't help but feel insignificant from the bottom of his heart. That was a difference in the level of life and also a difference in strength. It was undeniable that the life form of the first sequence void was indeed superior in essence. Duan Linkong extended his left hand and revealed the 9 heavenly rings. He approached the demonic tribe member's 9 heavenly rings. The moment they came into contact, he flipped his left hand and suddenly grabbed the demonic tribe member's arm. His right hand also grabbed the demonic tribe member's collar. A tyrannical power exploded from Duan Linkong's body and instantly exploded. Damn it! The demonic tribe member's expression changed greatly. Under the terrifying explosive power, his entire body flew backwards, and the patterns on his body lit up one after another. A rumbling sound rang out as Duan Linkong self-detonated, directly exploding with an extremely tyrannical power. It swept up a violent wind that blew in all directions. Brother Duan. Chen Zong looked at Duan Linkong's self-detonation with a trace of pain in his eyes. There was also a trace of indescribable anger and killing intent as he stared over, piercing through the sky. Step by step, he was like an angry thunderbolt. His limit battle strength also completely erupted in an instant. First, he set a small goal such as 1 second. Remember, Book Guest House mobile version reading website. Chapter 2402. Little Six has a fever, take him to the doctor, line up until he cries. Boom, boom, boom. Every step that Chen Zong took was filled with an extremely tyrannical power. Like a giant beast trampling on the earth, the power that burst out was exchanged for an instant of an extremely strong explosion. It turned into an astonishing speed, like a meteor streaking across the sky, instantly closing in. Even though Duan Linkong's strength was not as strong as the demon dwellers, under the surprise self-detonation secret technique, he released an extremely terrifying power in an instant. Not only did he blow the demon dweller away, the tyrannical explosive power also shook the demon dweller's blood and chi to the point that he had no choice but to use all of his strength to resist. The patterns on his body lit up one after another, shining endlessly. The power was surging and condensing like the water of a great river, like the flow of the sea. All of them poured into the long sword at his waist and condensed on the sword body. Body and mind as one, mind and spirit as one, spirit as one, spirit as one, essence, energy, and divine sword as one. Anger, killing intent, baleful aura, and all of the other powers erupted, then converged into one point. Chen Zong's eyes stared at the demon dweller that was sent flying by the power of Duan Linkong's self-detonation. A bit of blood red bloomed in the depths of his eyes. The fourth sword of the ninefold true sword. Kill. This sword contained an unparalleled killing intent. The sword was only used to kill the enemy, and there was no return without blood. It was a sword at its peak. It was a sword that had completely erupted with essence, energy, and spirit. It was a sword that was sure to kill. It was a sword that threw away everything. Other than the sword, there was nothing else. The demon dweller was shocked. He only felt that he was enveloped by an extreme killing intent. The killing intent invaded his body, penetrated his bones, and went straight to the depths of his soul. He couldn't help but tremble, and a chill swept out like a raging wave. Danger. An extremely strong sense of danger. At this moment, Chen Zong had already closed in. The sword was unsheathed, bringing with it a light that was as clear as water. It seeped out endless coldness and killing intent, exterminating all life. Slash. The sword suddenly disappeared, and only an extremely sharp light pierced through the air. Because the speed was too fast, it stretched out and turned into a crescent-like arc of light, extremely sharp. Dodge. In an instant, the demon cultivator tried his best to adjust his body in order to avoid the slash. The power of Duan Linkong's self-detonation was not weak, causing the demon human race's chi and blood to tremble. They were unable to mobilize all of their strength and could only barely mobilize a portion to dodge. However, as long as he was able to avoid this sword strike, he would be able to completely mobilize all of his strength. At that time, he would be able to erupt with an extremely tyrannical strength and completely annihilate this lowly life form who dared to frame him and attack him, blasting him into pieces. There were indeed 3 death imprints, but he would not give up just like that. He would kill those 2 low-level life forms again and again, unless they did not leave the camp. Hurry up and kill them all, leaving no room for negotiation. World domain, suppress. With 1/10,000th of his strength, Chernzong's heart sword domain and world domain could only cover a range of 2 meters. It was useless against the fierce demon because the body of the fierce demon was so large that the heart sword domain couldn't cover it. However, this demon cultivator's body was about the same as his. A range of 2 meters was enough to cover him at close range. Even though its power had been weakened, under the full force of the explosion, especially the world domain that focused on suppressing power, it instantly covered the demon cultivator's body, and its power completely erupted. In an instant, in just 1,000th of a breath's time, the demon cultivator was suppressed. Even though it was only slightly suppressed, it still caused a slight delay in the other party's dodging. That was enough. The sword light tore through the air, and the crescent moon tore apart. It was like the divine light of the absolute beginning that split the heavens and the earth, and like the ancient divine lightning that tore apart the dark void. The demon cultivator's body was extremely tyrannical. It was innate, but under this extreme sword strike, it was unable to block it. After all, no matter how tyrannical it was, it could not be compared to a grown fierce demon. In order to resist Duan Lingkong's self-detonation, the demon cultivator had also consumed a lot of energy. In short, the extreme sharpness of Chernzong's sword could not be blocked. The result of not being able to block it was being cut off. Accompanied by a miserable cry, one of the demon cultivator's arms flew high into the air, and his body lost its balance in an instant. This sword strike, Chernzong, was actually aimed at the other party's neck. However, under all kinds of methods, the other party still managed to avoid the vital point. This was enough to show how terrifying the demon cultivator was. After cutting off an arm, blood spurted out. The demon cultivator was extremely furious, but he was also extremely frightened. In that instant, the feeling of death approaching made him feel terrified and his hair stand on end. Run! Without hesitation, the demon cultivator immediately fled. With the loss of an arm, his strength had decreased greatly. It would also affect his balance and the display of his strength. He needed to escape as soon as possible, then heal his injuries and recover from them. However, before he escaped, he had to take the severed arm with him. When the time came, he would reattach it. Otherwise, if he really lost an arm, he wouldn't be able to regrow it in a short period of time. The demon cultivator's reaction was extremely fast. In an instant, he grabbed his severed arm and was about to turn into a ray of black light and escape into the distance. Chernzong's figure flashed as he gathered the last of his strength and swung his sword again. The first sword of the ninefold true sword. This sword strike was the simplest, and when it was used, it was also the fastest. With a flash of sword light, the demon cultivator, who had turned into a wisp of black light, flew forward. However, after flying for a few hundred meters, he fell to the ground and struggled for a few moments before dying. That sword strike directly pierced through his head and came out from between his eyebrows. The terrifying sword chi minced his brain into pieces. After swinging that sword strike, Chernzong felt waves of weakness surge up, like a raging wave that swept through every part of his body. Exhaustion. A kind of exhaustion that originated from the level of essence, energy, and spirit erupted and swept over him. Just now, when he erupted in anger and unleashed the fourth sword of the ninefold true sword, it was several times stronger than when he killed the blade demon. Naturally, Chernzong's consumption was even greater. As everyone knew, when a person was extremely angry, they would erupt with even more power. However, after that, they would become even more exhausted. It was a kind of overdraft, and Chernzong then swung his sword a second time to kill the demon cultivator, exhausting the last bit of his strength. His entire body was on the verge of collapse. He barely took out a large number of pills and swallowed them with difficulty. As the power of the pills quickly dissolved in his body, this extreme exhaustion dissipated bit by bit. Circulate. Resisting the feeling of weakness all over his body, Chen Zong sat cross-legged on the tough grass and continued to circulate his cultivation method to speed up the refining of the pills. The weakness in his body disappeared bit by bit, and the exhausted strength also recovered bit by bit. However, the weakness in his spirit level was not so easy to eliminate. Fortunately, Chen Zong did not encounter any fierce demons or other people. Otherwise, it would be very dangerous for him to be in such a state. After half a day, his strength recovered and the weakness in his body disappeared. The weakness in his spirit level was also weakened and recovered a little. After checking, Chen Zong found that his trial points had reached 92 points. Originally, it was 28 points, which was obtained from killing the ferocious demon yesterday. Previously, he had killed a full-grown ferocious demon and obtained 10 points, which was 38 points. Now, it was 92 points, among which 54 points were obtained from killing the demon dweller. According to the rules of the trial ground, killing other trial takers would give you half of the trial points of the other trial takers. The demon cultivator had as many as 108 trial points, but now, not only did he not obtain any trial points, he also lost 54 trial points after dying once. 92 trial points, very close to 100 points. Chen Zong narrowed his eyes slightly. 100 trial points could be exchanged for the second layer of the 10,000 elephant true technique. It was very important and must be exchanged first because it would allow his strength to recover even more. The more strength he recovered, the more trial points he could obtain. Fortunately, he had 3 chances to die. Of course, he would not die if he could. 9 days, how long will it take to revive after dying? Chen Zong thought of this and quickly asked. 1 day. The 9 heavens rings answer made Chen Zong's eyes flash. 1 day to revive, which meant that the demon cultivator he killed still had more than half a day to revive. Then, before that, he must first obtain 100 trial points and exchange for the second layer of the 10,000 elephant true technique. He had to successfully cultivate it and unlock more of his strength before he was qualified to fight against the demon cultivator. Chen Zong did not think that the demon cultivator would forget about their enmity with a smile after reviving. Then, he should take advantage of this opportunity to quickly accumulate 100 trial points and exchange for the second layer of the 10,000 elephant true technique. In addition, there was also Duan Lingkong's share, but that could only be after he recovered more strength. Enduring the mental exhaustion, Chen Zong moved and headed for the outer perimeter. He alone was not a match for the adult fierce demon. Even if he used the 4th sword, he did not have absolute confidence. But it was not difficult to deal with the infant fierce demon. Another point was that the periphery was closer to the camp. There were many fierce demons on the trial ground. If one was willing to look for them, they could find them. When he met other trial takers, Chen Zong did not approach them because they did not know each other. Those trial takers were also from the 2nd rank and 3rd rank void and had only cultivated the first layer of the 10,000 elephant true technique. Therefore, they did not approach Chen Zong because they were not confident. Using all his strength, Chen Zong killed the fierce demons one after another. His maximum combat strength was almost 1 sword for 1 fierce demon. Soon, Chen Zong's trial points had reached 100 points. Without hesitation, Chen Zong immediately returned to the camp. Duan Lingkong and the demon cultivator had not revived yet, so no one knew about this. Chen Zong went straight to the technique inheritance stele, pressed his palm on it, and silently recited to exchange for the second layer of the 10,000 elephant true technique. In an instant, the 100 trial points in the 9 heavens ring were directly deducted. Chen Zong's consciousness was pulled by a force and directly escaped into the dark void. Lights lit up one after another. They were characters that contained great mystery. They circled around and rushed toward Chen Zong like moths to a flame, then disappeared into Chen Zong's consciousness. The second layer of the 10,000 elephant true technique. After the inheritance was completed, Chern Zong immediately returned to his wooden house. He first had a full meal, then rested for a while before immediately comprehending. The second layer of the 10,000 elephant true technique was much more mysterious than the first layer. However, Chern Zong had already comprehended and mastered the first layer. With the foundation and extraordinary comprehension, it was not difficult to comprehend the second layer of the 10,000 elephant true technique. Chapter 2403. What kind of experience is it to have a sick child at home? It's harder to give him medicine than little rice dumpling pushing big brother Chew. In a small wooden house at the edge of the East Camp, a figure condensed on a wooden bed. He opened his eyes and stood up instantly. I've died once. I wonder if Brother Chun has escaped? Duan Lingkong was at a loss at first, then he straightened out his thoughts and muttered to himself. He self-destructed in order to stop the demonic tribe and buy time for Chern Zong to escape. Why did he do that? Firstly, there were 3 death marks, which meant 3 chances of death, so he wouldn't really die. Secondly, he recognized Chern Zong as a person. After many exchanges, he already knew Chern Zong's character and treated him as a good friend. As a rogue cultivator, Duan Lingkong had his own way of survival. He had experienced countless life and death situations, so he wouldn't be so easily deceived. Once he recognized someone, he would give them the greatest trust. Thirdly, Chern Zong walked out of the camp earlier than him, so he should have accumulated some trial points. If he died, he would lose half of his points, which was equivalent to wasting a lot of time. All kinds of reasons flashed in an instant, which made Duan Lingkong willing to sacrifice himself. After all, he only had 3 trial points. After checking, Duan Lingkong suddenly found that his trial points had decreased by 1 point. He only had 2 points left. Although he lost half of his points, it didn't exist at all. He immediately sent a message to Chern Zong. Soon, Duan Lingkong received a message from Chern Zong. That's great, Brother Chen. Looks like you escaped in time. Duan Lingkong already knew the time of resurrection after death. It was exactly 1 day. If Chern Zong didn't escape and die, he shouldn't have resurrected or just resurrected. It was impossible for him to reply to his message in time. Moreover, Duan Lingkong keenly felt that Chern Zong's aura was different. It seemed to be more tyrannical. Brother Duan, I can't thank you enough. Chern Zong said solemnly and saluted Duan Lingkong with his sword. If it wasn't for Duan Lingkong's self-destruction, he probably wouldn't have been able to escape and would have been killed by the demonic tribe. On the other hand, it was because of Duan Lingkong's sacrifice that he seized the opportunity to kill the demonic tribe and obtained a large number of trial points. Only then could he exchange for the second level of 10,000 elephant true technique and recover more strength. This was indeed a great favor. Brother Chen, there's no need for that, Duan Lingkong said with a smile. He waved his hand and did not seem to mind. Soon after, he revealed a curious expression. My self-destruction was probably unable to kill that demon race. Fortunately, Brother Chen's ability is outstanding and you managed to escape in time. No, I killed the demon cultivator, Chern Zong said unhurriedly. So Brother Chen killed. Duan Lingkong originally had an indifferent expression, but after that, his expression greatly changed, his eyes opened wide, and his face was filled with shock. Brother Chen, what did you say? You said you killed that member of the Devilman clan? It's a risky move, Chern Zong said with a smile, looking relaxed. Chern Zong said it casually, but Duan Lingkong could not suppress the shock in his heart. It took him a while to recover from his shock. Brother Chen, looks like my decision back then was absolutely correct, said Duan Lingkong with a smile. I obtained a lot of trial points from that demon race. After killing some young fierce demons, I gathered 100 trial points and exchanged them for the second layer of the 10,000 elephant true technique. Moreover, I've succeeded in cultivating it. Chernzong stared at Duan Lingkong and said seriously, "Next, I'll enter the trial grounds again to kill fierce demons and obtain 100 trial points to give to Brother Duan as soon as possible." "Haha, then I'll wait for Brother Chen's good news," Duan Lingkong said with a smile. He did not deliberately give in or anything. That was not his style. A true friend was not a one-sided effort, but a voluntary effort by both parties. Only then could they maintain and last long. Next, Chernzong and Duan Lingkong did not form a team. This was because Chernzong's strength had recovered to 1,000th of Duan Lingkong's strength, and Duan Lingkong's strength was only 1/10,000th. The difference was 10 times. Now, Chernzong was completely capable of hunting adult fierce demons by himself, but Duan Lingkong could not. He could only deal with young fierce demons. In a situation where their strengths were not equal, if they formed a team, Duan Lingkong could only follow along and get points. This was something his pride could not accept. He could accept the points Chernzong gave him, but he would not allow himself to be a burden. If he encountered a strong enemy, only death would await him. The two of them immediately moved and headed out of the camp once again. Duan Lingkong went to hunt young fierce demons and slowly earn points. Chernzong went to hunt adult fierce demons and earn even more points. When Chernzong and Duan Lingkong arrived at the entrance of the camp and were about to leave, a murderous intent suddenly erupted. The murderous intent was monstrous, as if it had transformed into a wisp of darkness. It carried traces of an indescribable blazing aura as it swept over. As the aura spread and attacked, Duan Lingkong could not help but tremble. He felt an indescribable chill invade his body, as if he was enveloped by darkness. Within the chill, there was also a blazing heat. The blazing heat was extremely manic, as if it wanted to ignite some negative emotions in his heart. Not only was Duan Lingkong affected, but Chernzong was also affected. However, Chernzong was not affected at all. "Damned lowly lifeforms, you've completely angered me." Along with the impact of the cold, dark, and hot aura, a voice filled with anger and killing intent was transmitted through the air. It was the demon tribe. The demon tribe member that Chernzong killed had also revived. After walking out of the small wooden house, he saw Chernzong and Duan Lingkong and chased after them. Endless rage and killing intent surged in the depths of his dark and deep eyes. It was as if they were about to materialize and gush out, burning and slaughtering everything. It just so happened that it was early in the morning. It was the time when the trial takers had rested and were preparing to leave the campsite and enter the training ground again. As such, many trial takers were alarmed just as they were about to leave the campsite. 2 humans from the 3rd sequence void space. One was a demon tribe member from the 1st sequence void space. A higher life form and a lower life form. The current situation was very clear. The demon-human race was filled with killing intent, and the angry killing intent was almost condensed into a substance. The killing intent was targeted at the 2 low life forms of the human race. Exactly what had those 2 humans done to make a higher life form demon tribe member so furious? "Emoloya, exactly what is going on?" asked a demon tribe member. "Those 2 damned lowly life forms launched a sneak attack on me," said Emoloya angrily. Emoloya shouted angrily. The others in the surroundings immediately came to a realization. At the same time, they were secretly shocked. Aren't these 2 lowly life forms a little too bold? They actually dared to launch a sneak attack on the demon tribe. From the looks of it, they must have suffered quite a loss. Otherwise, they wouldn't be so angry. Losses were one thing. More importantly, it was his dignity. He felt that he was a higher life form from the 1st sequence void space, yet he was killed by a lower life form from the 3rd sequence void space. That was a humiliation, an enormous humiliation. Humiliation could only be washed away with blood. Those 2 lowly lifeforms had to die. They had died a true death, a death that could not be resurrected. Oh, they actually dared to launch a sneak attack on you. In that case, kill them. Kill them completely. A cruel smile immediately appeared on the face of the demon human who had asked the question. He looked at Chen Zong and Duan Lingkong with a pair of dark eyes that were filled with murderous intent. Emoloya, do you need my help? No need, said Emoloya angrily. Emoloya said angrily. Previously, he had been careless. He had thought that those two lowly life forms could only cooperate obediently in front of him. He did not expect that one of them would dare to self-destruct and the other would dare to take advantage of the opportunity to kill him. That moment of carelessness had led to his own death. Then I'll wait to see your performance. The demon tribe member crossed his arms in front of his chest. He had an arrogant look on his face. The heavenly human tribe member looked indifferent. He looked at everything as if they were ants. The giant tribe member did not look very interested. The Paleobeast tribe member had a mocking look on his face. Even though they were all humans, no one dared to step forward. They did not dare to provoke the demon tribe. Just the difference in their cultivation of the 10,000 elephant true technique during this period of time was enough to make them understand how terrifying the demon tribe was. Suddenly, a figure flashed and appeared beside Chen Zong and Duan Lingkong. It was a man wearing a ghost mask. It was the war demon of the Eternal Battle Fort. Someone actually dares to step forward. You really don't know what's good for you. You're just adding to the number of deaths. The war devil did not say a word. Instead, he stood on Chen Zong's side. He showed his stance with his actions. Chen Zong glanced around and saw Yuan Chongshan, Li Xianyun, Huojie, Wu Kongming, and even Luo Wuxing and Zhen Yi. Do you need me to do something? Yuan Chongshan asked telepathically. He was only at the first level of the 10,000 elephant true technique. He could feel the strength of the demon tribe. They were at least at the second level of the 10,000 elephant true technique. The difference was huge. Therefore, he did not step forward immediately. Chen Zong did not respond. He only shook his head slightly. As for the others, Li Xianyun bit her lips. She seemed to be hesitating. Huojie was expressionless. However, there was a flame burning in his eyes. Wu Kongming looked eager. Luo Wuxing smiled at Chen Zong. Zhen Yi looked indifferent. However, his hand was on the long saber at his waist. A wisp of killing intent was gathering quietly. Chen Zong also shook his head at them, indicating that he did not need to step forward. Very good. There is still one low-level life form left. Then, I will let you know that the demon tribe cannot be humiliated. Emoloye's eyes darkened. He was even more furious. You talk too much nonsense. Chen Zong's eyes narrowed. An unparalleled sharpness shot out from his eyes. It seemed to pierce through the void. He met Emoloye's eyes, which were filled with killing intent and anger. He did not back down. If you want to fight, then let's fight. With that, Chen Zong immediately turned around and strode out of the camp. No fighting was allowed in the camp. This was the rule. No one could violate it. Otherwise, they would be punished. As for what kind of punishment it would be, it was not clear. However, the Nine Heavens Ring had already warned them that the punishment would not be good. As he walked out of the camp, he sent a telepathic message to Duan Lingkong and the War Devil. He told them not to interfere and to leave it to him. This was because even the War Devil had not exchanged for the second layer of the 10,000 elephant true technique. Outside the camp, Chen Zong stood still. He turned around and straightened his body. He was like a sword pointing at the dusky sky. Sword intent rapidly gathered around him. Strands of sword chi also spread out. They spread out and surrounded the surroundings. The intense sharpness also fluctuated and penetrated the surroundings. Countless sword lights seemed to gather in his eyes. They pierced through the void and stared at the demon tribe's Emoloye. They seemed to want to pierce through him. Chapter 2404. Damn, this high fever won't go down. Sword chi surged, and sword intent soared to the heavens. So he's cultivated the second level of the 10,000 elephant true technique. Many people sensed the strength of Chen Zong's aura and came to a realization. Emoloye's eyes narrowed, and they grew darker and deeper. Unparalleled killing intent gathered in them. He had thought of something. The fact that Chen Zong could exchange for and cultivate the second level of the 10,000 elephant true technique so quickly had something to do with him. His death had directly given Chen Zong 54 trial points. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been so easy. When he thought of this, his anger surged uncontrollably. The aura around him surged violently, turning into wisps of black mist that spread out. The patterns on his body also glowed, and layers of heat spread out. There was a loud boom, and the earth shook. Countless bits of grass flew everywhere. A black shadow instantly stuck close to the ground like a demon. It exploded with incredible speed, charging toward Chen Zong like a dark ray of light. One punch. The demon raised his right arm and clenched his fist. There was a series of explosive sounds as if he was crushing the void. Wisps of black light flowed through his fingers. As he clenched his fist, it covered the surface of his fist. It was as if he had put on a ferocious glove, and it carried an extremely terrifying power as it blasted toward Chen Zong. His eyes were as dark as the abyss, swallowing everything. His face was filled with a murderous intent that transformed into a ferocious expression. In just an instant, Emoloye's fist blasted toward Chen Zong. The power of darkness seemed to want to shatter, drown, and devour Chen Zong. This punch was extremely ferocious. It contained darkness, evil, and other strange negative forces. It wanted to erode Chen Zong's spirit and will. The power within was like a vicious beast that wanted to gnaw on Chen Zong's flesh and blood. Too strong. Too ferocious. A crushing pressure rose in Chen Zong's heart, making him feel as if he was unable to resist. Lin Wu's supreme technique. The power of qi refinement and body refinement merged into one in an instant. Heart fire burned. Layers of illusory flame halos enveloped his body, swaying slightly. Chen Zong's eyes flashed, and his sword will burst out in an instant. As the sword qi was vast, his right hand pressed on the scabbard of the long sword at his waist. He took a step forward, and as if he was stepping on mountains and rivers, an extremely powerful force burst out from the soles of his feet, through his thighs and waist, straight to his shoulders, and then flowed along his arm into the sword like the water of the sea. Unsheathing. The third sword of the ninefold true sword. Chop. The spectators only felt an extremely dazzling light in front of their eyes, bringing with it an unparalleled sharpness. It instantly shot out, like the divine light of the absolute beginning that could split the heavens and earth apart. It was like a hot knife through butter. The extremely dazzling sword light and the dark fist energy came into contact in an instant and immediately collided, erupting with an unparalleled aura that bombarded in all directions. The shock waves were extremely terrifying, smashing the surroundings into pieces. However, the sword light slithered around like a dragon and snake, immediately sticking close to the edge of the fist energy and Emoloye's arm, slashing directly toward Emoloye's body. This scene shocked the spectators, especially the people from the 4 major tribes. They were well aware of each other's abilities, yet a mere third-rank void being could actually threaten Emoloye. It should be known that the difference in the void sequence brought about the difference in the life forms themselves. The difference between a first-rank void being and a third-rank void being was very obvious. It was an innate difference that was close to an intrinsic difference. Even if they could only unleash 1,000th of their strength, the demon dwellers were more talented, and their foundations were more shocking. When facing a low-level life form of the same level of combat strength, they would be able to crush it. How could they be threatened? This time, Emoloye did not underestimate Chen Zong in the slightest. Last time, he had been killed because of his carelessness. When Chunzong's sword slashed through the air, Emoloye's figure flashed and he immediately dodged it. His other hand struck out with a palm attack. It was like a dark demonic mountain that was pushing forward, bringing with it an extremely violent force. It was about to smash Chunzong's body into pieces. The fourth sword of the ninefold true sword, an even more dazzling and resplendent sword light slashed out in an instant. With his strength after unsealing the first layer of the 10,000 elephant true technique, unleashing the third sword would consume a lot of his strength. Unleashing the fourth sword would consume 50% of his strength. However, now that he had unsealed the second layer of the 10,000 elephant true technique, his strength had increased tenfold. His recovery speed had also increased significantly. Unleashing the third and fourth sword was not difficult at all. It was as easy as unleashing the first and second sword earlier. Furthermore, with 1,000th of his strength, the third and fourth sword strikes were many times more powerful than before. Every single one of his sword strikes posed an enormous threat to Emoloye. He did not dare to underestimate them in the slightest. Although the difference in the void sequence led to a difference in the natural order of life, there were still a few elite prodigies who could bridge such a gap. Slash. The sword light pierced through the air and slashed through the dark demonic mountain. It slashed towards Emoloye at an even faster and more shocking speed. The demonic runes on his body flickered and emitted rays of light. However, Emoloye's figure instantly transformed into a black shadow as he flew backwards and avoided the sword. Boom! An endless amount of darkness aura spluttered out. Strand after strand gathered and shot into the sky. Soon after, an endless amount of heat spread. The darkness aura that enveloped Emoloye's body turned into a cluster of darkness flame that continued to burn. Dark and scorching auras erupted in an instant. They intertwined and overlapped, converging into one. Chunzong's pupils shrank to the size of needles. He was extremely shocked. Those were two types of power. Two types of great Tao power. One was the power of the Great Way of Darkness, and the other was the power of the Great Way of Flame. These two powers had successfully superimposed and condensed into one, forming a power that combined the power of the Great Way of Darkness and Flame. It was twice as powerful and terrifying as a single power of the Great Way of Darkness. Chunzong's cultivation system was very clear about one thing. It was extremely difficult to overlap Great Taos. At the very least, Chunzong had never heard of anyone who could overlap different Great Taos in the void where he resided. In other words, other than himself, no one else had comprehended multiple Great Taos at the same time. However, it was also difficult for him to overlap the power of the World Great Tao and the Heart Sword Principle. At the immanent God realm, one could only comprehend one Great Tao. However, he had taken a risk out of desperation. He had cultivated both chi refining and body refining at the same time. That was why he had grasped the Heart Sword Principle and the World Great Tao. However, he was still unable to combine them. Chunzong was certain that the demonic tribe had indeed overlapped the power of two Great Taos into one. Its power had greatly increased and it also possessed the characteristics of two Great Taos. Could this be the special talent of the demonic tribe? Was this the special ability of a first-rank void being? The overlap of the Great Tao power of darkness and fire made Emoloye's power even stronger. Emoloye is going all out. He is completely enraged. How embarrassing. He actually has to go all out to deal with the lowly lifeform. The group of demonic tribe members mocked Emoloye. Due to the difference in the void sequence, even if they had seen it with their own eyes, they would still look down on those lowly lifeforms. Therefore, when they saw Emoloye using his full strength, they all mocked him. Lowly lifeform, you actually made me use my full strength. When Emoloye heard the mocking laughter of his tribesmen, he became even more enraged. The dark flames burned even more fiercely, as if they wanted to burn everything to ashes. He roared at Chunzong. He was extremely furious. "I will smash you into pieces. You will die 1,000 times, 10,000 times." With a roar, Emoloya unleashed his full strength and threw another punch. However, compared to before, this punch was even more ferocious. It was several times more powerful. It was like a burning black meteorite, carrying with it the power of flames and the power of darkness that could sink everything as it smashed towards Emoloya. Chunzong's expression was extremely grave. He felt a great sense of danger. It was as if this punch would cause him to fall into darkness and be burned by the dark flames. Whether it was his spiritual will or his physical body, they would all be burned. This lowly life form is dead for sure. The demonic tribe members all smiled. Under Emoloya's all-out punch, that lowly life form could not block it at all. "Brother Chun, you have to block it." Duan Linkong was extremely nervous. He clenched his fists tightly. The other prodigies who came from the same void were also extremely nervous and shocked. The power of that punch was enough to kill them if they came into contact with it. They could not block it at all. Even if they wanted to, they were powerless to help. Fifth power surged. Sword chi surged and circled around endlessly. Chunzong's eyes became even sharper. Sword. In an instant, a sword slashed through the air. It was dazzling and dazzling like a vast expanse of starlight. The moment the sword appeared, the darkness in the surroundings was dispelled. It carried a thunderous might as it smashed through the air. The fifth sword of the ninefold true sword. When Chunzong mastered the second level of the 10,000 forms true technique, he could easily grasp the third and fourth sword of the ninefold true sword. With the comprehension of the dual heart realm, his efficiency was even higher. He completely comprehended the mysteries of the fifth sword and mastered it. He directly used up 10% of his strength to execute this sword. Its power was even more tyrannical. When they collided, the sword light shattered in an instant. More than half of the terrifying power of that punch was dispersed. However, a small portion of it still continued to charge forward. Slash. 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 Under the heart sword domain, the sword light wreaked havoc and instantly destroyed the remaining power. Emoloya punched out again. He had inherited the ninefold tyrant fist and had mastered the fourth sword. With the combination of the great Tao of darkness and the great Tao of fire, the fourth sword of the ninefold tyrant fist was extremely terrifying. Chunzong displayed his sword techniques to the fullest. He executed the ninefold true sword alternately. It changed between light and heavy. The swords intertwined and the sword light crisscrossed. Despite the absolute difference in power, he did not fall into a disadvantageous position even with his superb sword technique. Moreover, the aura on his body was silently gathering. The more Emoloya fought, the angrier he became. The more furious he was, the more violent the power of his fist technique seemed to be. However, under such circumstances, his attacks became even more chaotic. Sixth sword. Die. When the sword chi accumulated to the limit, Chunzong's body paused slightly. In the next breath, all his power erupted. A sword slashed through the air. It was like a stream of light in the sky. It was like the light of the heavens piercing through the clouds. Just this sword alone shook the 9 heavens. When the sword appeared, the light of the heavens illuminated the world. It was so intense that almost everyone could not help but close their eyes. They could not look directly at it. Only a few people could see it. However, they still had to squint their eyes. It was because that sword was too dazzling. Chapter 2405. Little Sixth had a fever of more than 40 degrees, so he went to the doctor. After a few hours, his fever has finally dropped to 38 degrees. I can finally relax a little. Otherwise, it would be too troublesome. I'm really sorry, everyone. It was like an aurora chasing after eternity, directly breaking through the darkness and heat. Everything would vanish under the sword. Emoloya's face was filled with shock. The sword light was so powerful that it could split the sky and earth. It gave him a feeling that he could not dodge and could only wait to be cut in half and die a violent death. Retreat! 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 Emoloya's heart beat wildly, and his expression changed drastically. He was abnormally shocked. He immediately erupted with all his strength. The demonic patterns on his body flickered endlessly. Waves of darkness surged and instantly enveloped his body. It was as if he had been swallowed by the darkness. The dazzling, resplendent, and breathtaking sword light arrived. It seemed as if it could split the sky and earth. It directly slashed into the surging darkness. A miserable cry rang out. It was filled with fear and anger. Then, a black light retreated from the darkness at lightning speed. It charged into the camp, and blood splattered along the way. The sharp-eyed people immediately noticed that there was a sword mark on Emoloya's chest. It was a terrifying sword mark. It seemed as if his body was going to be cut in half. Blood was gushing out madly. In an instant, everyone was dumbfounded. They were incomparably shocked. A dignified member of the First Order Void Realm had actually been injured by a lowly being from the Third Order Void Realm. Moreover, his injuries were so severe that he had no choice but to flee in panic and hide in the camp to recover. It was simply inconceivable. The member of the demon tribe was shocked. His face was ashen. His originally dark skin looked even darker. Humiliation. A great humiliation. Chernzong was somewhat regretful that he had not been able to kill Emoloya with one strike. However, he was also very surprised. Previously, he had been able to kill Emoloya because of Duan Linkong's self-destruction. In addition, Emoloya did not pay much attention to him. Due to his carelessness, Chernzong had been able to kill him. However, this time, Emoloya had paid enough attention to him. He had even erupted with his full strength. Even if Chernzong unleashed the sixth sword of the nine-layered true sword, he could not kill Emoloya. He could only injure him. Injury and death were two completely different concepts. After injuring Emoloya with a single strike, Chernzong's aura was astonishing. His sword intense soared into the sky, and his sword chi surged endlessly. His eyes were extremely dazzling, and they shone with peerless sharpness. It was as if no one dared to look him in the eye. It was as if he was holding his sword horizontally in front of him, as if he was holding his sword horizontally against an army of 1,000. Then, Chernzong turned around, turned into a sword light, and rushed into the trial ground. In the earlier battle, he was at a disadvantage in terms of absolute strength. He could not compare to Emoloya at all. However, the reason why he was able to contend against Emoloya was because of his extremely high attainments in swordsmanship. This was something that Emoloya could not compare to. It was precisely because of his superb swordsmanship that he was able to remain undefeated. Moreover, he used the pressure that Emoloya gave him to temper himself, and he finally completely grasped the sixth sword of the nine-layer true swords that he'd only comprehended halfway. It was precisely because of this sword strike that Emoloya had been injured but not killed. Sure enough, luck had played a large role in him being able to kill Emoloya last time. Since he was unable to kill Emoloya, and Emoloya had hidden himself in the camp, Chernzong naturally could not chase after Emoloya. He also could not foolishly stand there and assume a posture to show off his might. In this battle, especially the eruption of the sixth sword, he had exhausted a lot of his strength. He was left with less than 30% of his strength. If the demonic race attacked again, they did not need to be very strong. They would be at Emoloya's level, and he would not be a match for them. It was very likely that he would be killed. That was why Chernzong turned around without hesitation and immediately fled into the trial ground. Perhaps returning to the camp would be a good choice. He would be able to rest at ease and recover his strength. He would only leave the camp after he had fully recovered. There was no guarantee that the demonic race would not react and respond in some other way. For example, they would block him outside and wait for him to walk right into their trap. Directly fleeing into the trial ground was the opposite of what the demonic race had expected. Of course, there was also a great risk in doing so. Firstly, Chunzong had less than 30% of his strength left. Secondly, if the demonic race were to chase after him, they might catch up to Chunzong. No matter what choice he made, there would always be pros and cons. There was no need to think too much. He just needed to follow his heart. As he fled, Chunzong took out elixirs and consumed them continuously. Under the mind of two minds, he quickly activated the second level of the 10,000 elephant true skill to continuously refine the power of the elixirs and recover his strength. Brother Chun is really too strong. Duan Lingkong was secretly excited. Then, he immediately rushed into the trial ground. His eyes under the war demon mask shone brightly. His battle intent was so condensed that it almost materialized. His body swayed and turned into a ray of black light, quickly rushing into the trial ground. That low-level lifeform's sword technique is not bad, a heavenly human tribe prodigy said unhurriedly. It is indeed not bad. Another heavenly human tribe prodigy smiled slightly. However, when he said it was not bad, he did not seem to care at all. It was just a very shallow compliment, like an adult praising a child. Among the crowd, a human from the second sequence void stared at the direction Chunzong left in deep thought. His eyes were shining brightly. Emoloya is too embarrassing. Damn it. What a piece of trash. He was actually injured by a low-level lifeform. He is a disgrace to our demonic race. A group of demonic race people were angry. However, they did not chase after Chunzong because that would be even more embarrassing. Especially when there were other races like the heavenly human tribe, the giant tribe, and the ancient beast tribe watching from the sidelines. They would feel ashamed if they sent so many people to chase after a low-level lifeform just because one of their tribesmen was injured. After reaching the second level of the 10,000 elephant true skill, Chunzong had recovered 1,000th of his strength. The One Heart Sutra could continuously activate two wills at the same time. The speed of recovery could completely keep up with the speed of consumption. Chunzong also realized that the 33 heavens of the mind and One Heart Sutra were superb. It was easier for him to adapt to the laws of the universe. For example, other mystiques were obviously affected. Chunzong did not use them because if he did, he would not be able to unleash much of their power. It would be a waste of energy for nothing. He might as well use the ninefold true sword. That was a sword technique under the laws of the universe. After entering the trial ground, Chunzong continuously consumed pills and refined them to recover his strength. When he entered the outer area of the trial ground, Chunzong had already recovered 50% of his strength. The 50% now was not comparable to the previous 50%. When the young fierce demon found Chunzong, it immediately let out a strange cry and quickly approached him. With a flash of sword light, Chunzong directly swept past without leaving a trace. The young fierce demon's body froze as if it had been immobilized. When Chunzong's figure was far away, blood spurted out. The young fierce demon's neck was cut off and its head rolled down. Now, the young fierce demon was no longer a threat to Chunzong. It could be easily killed with a sword. When Chunzong arrived at the middle circle of the trial ground, his strength had recovered about 70%. However, Chunzong did not wait for his strength to fully recover because there was no need for that. He could fully concentrate on fighting and refining the second level of the 10,000 elephant true skill to recover his strength. There was no need to waste time at all. Although it had been less than a month, and there was still a lot of time before the 1-year survival trial, Chunzong already felt the urgency. The pressure from the heavens prides of other races, and even from the demon tribe. If he slowly improved, he might be suppressed at any time and it would be difficult for him to develop. He had to take advantage of the situation where most of the Heaven's prides were still in the early stage to improve himself as soon as possible and recover more strength. Only then could he control his own destiny and not be casually threatened. A growing soldier-level fierce demon was worth 10 trial points, which was many times more than a young fierce demon. With Chen Zong's current level of strength, one-on-one combat was not a problem at all. Moreover, he had superb swordsmanship and continued to kill. While killing, Chen Zong also paid attention to the consumption and recovery of his strength. 100%. When Chen Zong used the method of tempering himself to kill the fifth full-bodied fierce demon, his strength had astonishingly recovered to 100%. Sure enough, the One Heart Sutra was very helpful. Previously, when the One Heart Sutra was not unsealed, he could not refine the elixirs to recover his strength in such a battle. The advantages were obvious, but the disadvantages were also obvious. The consumption of elixirs had increased. Fortunately, Chen Zong's 9 Heavens Ring had stored a lot of elixirs. However, according to the consumption rate, it was estimated that it would be used up in less than a month. Chen Zong did not hesitate at all. He would eat what he needed to eat and consume what he needed to consume. Wasn't that the function of these elixirs? Bringing them along was not to collect them. The essence was to make the best use of them. Using them at the right time to bring out the greatest effect that they should have was the correct way to end up. For a moment, a wave of enlightenment surged in Chen Zong's mind. It was as if he had a different kind of understanding of the sword. The essence of the sword. Now that my strength has completely recovered, I can easily kill the growing fierce demons under my maximum combat power. 1 against 2 and 1 against 3 is no problem at all. After Chen Zong killed the 6th growing fierce demon, his eyes shone brightly. His thoughts turned quickly. In this way, I can find more growing fierce demons to kill. Just now, Chen Zong had been looking for lone fierce demons. He was even more cautious. Now, he did not need to be so careful. He directly found 3 growing fierce demons. Chen Zong called out to attract them, drew his sword, and killed them. Linwu Supreme Technique. Heart Fire Ignition. Taichu Sword Origin Body. Maximum Combat Power Exploded. Kill. Chen Zong did not plan to waste time. He used the fastest speed to kill the fierce demons in the shortest amount of time to obtain trial points. 100 trial points were given to Duan Lingkong to exchange for the second stage of the 10,000 Elephant True Technique. In addition, if it was within his capabilities, he would also give Duan Lingkong a death mark. That would require 1,000 trial points. This was a favor. However, he had to first gather the 100 trial points needed for the second stage of the 10,000 Elephant True Technique. After that, he would gather another 1,000 trial points to exchange for the third stage of the 10,000 Elephant True Technique. Once he recovered more strength, he would be able to kill stronger fierce demons. For example, mature fierce demons would give him more trial points. Killing a mature vicious monster gave 10 trial points for each one. 100 trial points could be easily gathered because one only needed to kill 10 of them. Not long after, Chen Zong had gathered 100 trial points. However, he did not immediately leave and continued to hunt. Chapter 2406. The trial grounds were vast. The trial takers from the 4 camps would not come into contact for a short period of time. After all, they were far apart from each other. If they wanted to come into contact with each other, they would have to cross half of the trial grounds, which meant that they had to enter the inner circle of the trial grounds. Only those who had mastered the 3rd level of the 10,000 Elephant True Technique were qualified to enter the inner circle. Without enough strength, they would not dare to be too far away from their own camp. As night fell, most of the trial takers returned to the camp. Duan Lingkong returned to the camp after killing some young fierce demons, but he did not find Chen Zong. He sent a message but did not get a response. Because the inside and outside of the camp were isolated, messages could not be connected. Duan Lingkong could not help but worry. At night, the fierce demons in the trial grounds would be more violent, which meant that the danger would be higher. Chen Zong did not return to the camp, but stayed in the trial grounds. Sword World. Open. Chen Zong's expression was solemn. His eyes suddenly widened, and invisible sword chi waves spread out in an instant, covering the surroundings. 20 meters. An area of 20 meters was completely enveloped by Chen Zong's sword world. Because of the arrival of night, the 10 growing body fierce demons that surrounded Chen Zong wantonly had eyes that were shockingly scarlet. An extremely terrifying baleful aura surged as they violently attacked. They were extremely tyrannical and tyrannical. Chen Zong was constantly attacked by these crazy auras, and felt his body slightly numb. If it were not for his incomparably strong spiritual will, he was afraid that under such auras, his mind would be in chaos and he would be greatly affected. The threat of the 10 growing fierce demons was undoubtedly great. The opening of the sword world under the limit of combat power was also the first time Chen Zong opened the sword world in the trial ground. Rays of sword light condensed one after another. There were a total of 10 rays. Chen Zong's current strength was still too weak, and he had not recovered much. Although he could condense more sword lights at full strength, it would exhaust all of his strength. 10 sword lights were just right. Each sword light had the power of Chen Zong's limit of combat power. Controlling the 10 sword lights, he immediately charged towards the 10 full-body ferocious beasts. 1 against 10, an intense battle of life and death unfolded. Under the control of Chen Zong, the 10 sword lights were first used to fight with the basic swordsmanship. Gradually, Chen Zong tried to integrate the 9-fold real sword into it. In Chen Zong's opinion, the 9-fold true sword was a very profound sword technique, but at the same time, it was also very simple. It could be said to be profound because the profoundness contained within it was astonishing. Each level was better than the previous one. It could be said to be simple because the profoundness contained within it was very pure and sharp. In terms of sword moves, it was simple and direct. It was a kind of condensation. Chen Zong seemed to be using these 10 adult demons as whetstones to sharpen his sword, sharpening his 9-layer true sword with sword light under the sword world. After a fierce battle, Chen Zong finally succeeded in performing the first sword of the 9-fold sword with 10 sword light. This was the most difficult sword move, but its power was much stronger than the basic sword move. Fight. A fierce battle. A crazy battle. The sword light flashed like a meteor breaking through the sky, filled with astonishing sharpness, instantly killing the fierce demons. With the death of the 10 fierce demons, 100 trial points were obtained. In this way, Chen Zong had accumulated more than 500 trial points in the 9th heaven ring. He took out a large number of pills and consumed them. He used the divine fire to refine the impurities and then used the second level of the 10,000 elephant true technique to refine and absorb them, recovering his strength. At night, the fierce demons in the trial grounds were more active and dangerous. He had to maintain his strength at a certain level, preferably above 80%, to be able to deal with all dangers. Recover, fight, kill. When he was tired, Chen Zong seized the time to rest. The concept of 2 minds at once allowed Chen Zong to better allocate his energy. When he was hungry, he could directly use the meat essence pill and clear water pill to replenish his energy. In one night, Chen Zong experienced many life and death battles, killing many fierce demons. With the sword world's sword light, he was able to fully display the power of the second sword. The trial points had also broken through 1,000 points. It's finally over 1,000 points. Chen Zong was secretly happy, but he had no plans to return. He could continue to hunt and obtain more trial points. 1,000 trial points was only enough to exchange for the third level of the 10,000 Elephant True technique. Chen Zong still needed to gather 100 points and give it to Duan Lingkong. In addition, he also needed to exchange for some pills. After all, although he still had a lot of pills, every time he needed to recover his strength, he had to consume a large amount. Normally, it was fine, but if he encountered any danger, it would become a hindrance that was very fatal. Thus, it was necessary to exchange for some pills under the laws of the universe. However, those pills were not cheap. They required at least 100 trial points. In short, in the trial grounds, the more trial points one had, the better. The more points one had, the easier it was to arrange and the greater the benefits. It was related to one's strength and survival. When Chen Zong's trial points accumulated to 1,300, a figure rapidly approached him along the ground like a stream of light. The figure's aura was restrained, but it was still discovered by Chen Zong. He turned around and his eyes emitted a shocking cold light. Like a sharp sword unsheathed, he stared at the figure and locked his gaze. His right hand pressed on the hilt of his sword and quietly channeled his strength. He was ready to unsheathe the sword at any time and slash out with a peerlessly sharp sword. "Please don't attack," the figure immediately said. "I mean no harm." As soon as he finished speaking, the figure appeared. It was a human. However, there were many humans in the East Camp. Most of them were from the third-rank void, and a few were from the second-rank void. Chen Zong did not have any impression of this person. "Hello, brother. My name is Wu Daoyuan. I'm a human from the second-rank void." The newcomer was a square-faced young man. He gave off a vigorous and dignified feeling. He carried a battle saber on his back. His figure was tall and strong, and his shoulders were broad as if they could carry a mountain. His arms were longer than the average person's, and his eyes were restrained. At first glance, Chen Zong felt that this person was extraordinary. "What can I do for you, sir?" Chen Zong asked in a neither fast nor slow tone. Although the other party was also a human, there were always differences between humans from different voids. Even if they looked the same on the inside, they belonged to different places. Moreover, this was the difference between the second-rank void and the third-rank void. The battle between Brother Chen and Emoloya of the Demon Tribe the day before yesterday really shocked me, Wu Daoyuan said with a smile. He did not hide his inner surprise at all. He completely revealed it, giving people a feeling that he did not deliberately flatter but praised at the right time. It was very natural. To be honest, I didn't dare to imagine that scene. In less than a month, someone, a human from the third-rank void, was able to defeat the demon tribe in a head-on battle. As a human, I can empathize with this and feel extremely excited. It had to be said that Wu Daoyuan's seemingly honest way of speaking, coupled with his sincere expression, really made people feel comfortable from the bottom of their hearts. Chen Zong was no exception. "You flatter me." Chen Zong smiled faintly and responded at a neither fast nor slow pace. The demon tribe, heavenly human tribe, giant tribe, and ancient beast tribe are born with extraordinary bloodlines. They possess unique and powerful talents that we humans do not possess. Wu Daoyuan continued, "For example, the demon tribe and heavenly human tribe are born with the power of the great Tao of darkness and the great Tao of light. They can also comprehend and master another great Tao. Furthermore, they can superimpose the power of the two great Taos and turn it into a power that contains the power of both great Taos. The demon tribe's physique is stronger than ours, and the heavenly human tribe's spirit is stronger than ours." Chen Zong listened carefully. In the previous battle with Emoloya, Chen Zong had already seen it. Emoloya had combined the power of the great Tao of darkness and the great Tao of fire, turning it into a power that contained both great Tao of darkness and great Tao of fire. It was extremely powerful. In terms of absolute strength, it could completely suppress Chen Zong. If it were not for his superb sword skills, he would have been defeated long ago. How could he have had a chance to fight back? He did not expect that this was the unique talent of the demon tribe. No, it should be said that the heavenly human tribe also possessed such talent. However, one of them was born with the power of the great Tao of darkness, while the other was born with the power of the great Tao of light. Since they were born like this, reaching the imminent God realm was as easy as eating and drinking. It was extremely shocking. Although the giant tribe did not comprehend a great Tao at birth, their physique is extremely strong and their strength is unparalleled. They are terrifying beyond compare. They are not inferior to the great Tao at all. In addition, they have comprehended a great Tao at birth, so they are even stronger. The Paleobeast tribe does not have the power of the great Tao at birth, but their physique is naturally stronger than the demon tribe and the heavenly human tribe. However, they are not as strong as the giant tribe. Wu Daoyuan paused for a moment, then continued, however, the Paleobeast tribe has the bloodline of the ancient beasts. They can transform into ancient orcs. Their combat strength is greatly increased, and they have mastered different abilities. They are extremely terrifying. After listening to Wu Daoyuan, Chen Zong finally knew how powerful the 4 first-rank void beings were. No matter which one it was, the human tribe did not possess them. Are there any humans in the first-rank void beings? Chen Zong's heart skipped a beat, and he could not help but ask. As far as I know, no. Wu Daoyuan's tone was solemn. The human tribe is mainly concentrated in the 3rd-rank and 2nd-rank void beings. Chen Zong's expression was solemn. There was no doubt that the human tribe was at a disadvantage compared to the 1st-rank void beings. Fortunately, there were still the 2nd-rank void beings. If all of them were 3rd-rank void beings, then the gap would be even greater. What's the difference between the 3rd-rank void beings and the 2nd-rank void beings? Chen Zong was very curious about this point. The human tribe does not possess any special talents since birth. In other words, most of the human tribe does not possess any special talents. Only a very small number of the human tribe mutated and possessed some special talent. Wu Daoyuan smiled and said, "The difference between the 2nd-rank void beings and the 3rd-rank void beings lies in their talent and potential. The cultivation of the 2nd-rank void beings is relatively easier. It is also easier for them to advance. Their foundation is also usually more robust." Wu Daoyuan continued, then smiled. "However, this is not absolute. At least in my opinion, Brother Chen, your talent and foundation are not inferior to the 2nd-rank void beings. In fact, you might even surpass many 2nd-rank void beings." Chapter 2407. Wu Daoyuan was born in the 2nd Order Void. Many years ago, there were people who had entered the universe and entered the 9 heavens imperial court from the void he was in. After many years, there were also people who returned to their original void and left behind some information. Of course, this information was kept secret and only a very small number of people were qualified to know about it. Wu Daoyuan's background was extraordinary, and his talent was very high. Naturally, he knew these secrets. First, he explained to Chen Zong how powerful the 4 great races were, and then he talked about various other things, allowing Chen Zong to have a clearer understanding of these things. In the end, Wu Daoyuan finally revealed his purpose for looking for Chen Zong. On the 2nd day after entering the trial camp, the 4 major races, including the Demon Tribe Alliance, the Celestial Alliance, the Giant Alliance, and the Ancient Beast Alliance, have already formed the corresponding groups. In order to improve the competitiveness of our human race, I also plan to form an alliance to unite the human race of the 2nd Order Void and the 3rd Order Void. Only then can we have the ability to compete with the alliance of the 4 major races. Wu Daoyuan said seriously, "Otherwise, in the long run, if we don't unite, we will be like a sheet of loose sand. When the 4 alliances are complete, they will make a move on the other races. At that time, we will become fish on the chopping board, at their mercy. I see that Brother Chen's sword intent is amazing and your strength is extraordinary. You are strong enough to fight against the demon tribe, the celestial clan, the giant clan, and the ancient beast clan. It is really the fortune of our human race. Wu Dayuan's expression was incomparably sincere as he bowed deeply to Chen Zong. Brother Chen, please join hands with me and establish an alliance that belongs to our human race. In this trial ground, we can contend against the other races. Chen Zong pondered for a moment. Chen Zong had never thought about forming an alliance, but Wu Dayuan's words were not unreasonable. The weak were prey to the strong, and it was the same everywhere. Being independent was often a fantasy, unless one was invincible. But even if one was invincible, it was impossible to be alone all the time. How lonely would that be? When necessary, one was born as a human, one had to do one's part for humanity. Brother Wu, since you have such ambition, I will support you. Chen Zong responded seriously. However, I am not good at forming and managing an alliance, so I can only do my part. All right. Thank you for your righteousness, Brother Chen. Wu Daoyuan was delighted at once. According to what I know, the ancestors of our human race had an alliance in the 9 Heavens Imperial Court called the Dao Alliance. I hope that after we pass the trial, we will all be qualified to enter the Dao Alliance and become a member. Therefore, I plan to name our alliance the Little Dao Alliance. What do you think, Brother Chen? The Junior Taoist Alliance. Chen Zong's heart skipped a beat. He nodded and said, "We'll do as Brother Wu says." The name of the Little Dao Alliance was not bad, and there was no reason to object. Moreover, Wu Daoyuan had taken the lead in establishing it, so it was normal for him to name it. In that case, I'll be the leader of the Little Dao Alliance, and Brother Chen will be one of the vice leaders. What do you think? Wu Daoyuan asked again. Chen Zong nodded. He had no objections. After all, he wouldn't manage the small Taoist alliance. Dealing with the affairs had nothing to do with him. The only thing he could use was his sword, the sword in his hand, and his strength. All right, I'm going to contact the others now and establish this Little Dao Alliance as soon as possible. Wu Daoyuan said solemnly, Brother Chen, the demon tribe won't let this go. They will definitely attack you again. You must be careful. According to what I know, there is already more than one demon tribe member who has mastered the 3rd level of the 10,000 Elephant True technique. If you need anything, please send me a message. I will rush over as soon as I receive the message. As he spoke, he connected the 9 Heavens ring with Chen Zong. In this way they could communicate with each other. After Wu Daoyuan left, Chen Zong's strength had completely recovered. He continued to hunt the growing fierce demons. Kill, 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 kill. With the cooperation of his sword technique and sword world, Chen Zong's efficiency in killing the fierce demons was astonishing. When night was about to fall, Chen Zong's trial points had already exceeded 2,000 points, reaching more than 2,200 points. Compared to before, this was simply a huge sum of money. Chen Zong did not plan to continue staying in the fierce demon wasteland. He should return to the camp and use the trial points. The purpose of earning trial points was to use them to strengthen himself. If he did not use them, why would he risk his life and put himself in danger? Many people returned from the wasteland, including Chen Zong. When encountering the demon tribe, Chen Zong was very vigilant, preventing the demon tribe from attacking. However, for some reason, the demon tribe did not attack. They only stared at Chen Zong for a few breaths of time with their dark and deep eyes, causing Chen Zong to have no choice but to wait solemnly. This was because every demon tribe member had at least exchanged for the 2nd level of the 10,000 Elephant True technique and mastered it. Now, a small number of them had successfully mastered the 3rd level of the 10,000 Elephant True technique. Coupled with their racial talents, once they attacked, they would be crushed or even killed instantly. The third level of the 10,000 Elephant True technique. Chen Zong exhaled a scorching breath, his eyes becoming brighter. After entering the camp, Chen Zong found Duan Lingkong. Duan Lingkong returned to the camp earlier than Chen Zong, but he did not have many trial points. Without saying anything, Chen Zong directly transferred 200 trial points to Duan Lingkong. "That's too much, Brother Chen," Duan Lingkong said in surprise. "You can save the rest first, or exchange for pills." Chen Zong smiled. "I won't thank you." Duan Lingkong smiled. With these trial points, not only could he exchange for the second level of the 10,000 Elephant True technique, he could also exchange for a pill, which would be very useful in times of need. Of course, he could also save it first and continue to accumulate until he reached 1,000 points to exchange for the third level of the 10,000 Elephant True technique. Exchange. Duan Lingkong first exchanged for the second level of the 10,000 Elephant True technique, then Chen Zong exchanged for the third level. "Brother Chen, could it be that you have already?" Duan Lingkong was shocked. Chen Zong nodded, causing Duan Lingkong to be even more shocked. The two of them immediately returned to the small wooden house. Chen Zong took a bath while comprehending the third level of the 10,000 Elephant True technique. With two minds at once, the comprehension efficiency was higher. After half a night, Chen Zong successfully comprehended it and cultivated it. This kind of cultivation was to transform one's original strength, so the speed was very fast. It was not like the real cultivation from scratch, which required more time. At dawn, Chen Zong successfully cultivated the third level of the 10,000 Elephant True technique. He felt the endless power in his body, and the tiredness from continuously hunting fierce demons and comprehending it without sleeping for an entire night quickly disappeared. He was in high spirits, and his essence, energy, and spirit were all at their peak. 1%. His strength had recovered to 1%. Theoretically, it was equivalent to the combat strength of a 9-star, but it was definitely stronger than an ordinary 9-star. If he recovered to 1/10 of his strength, he should be able to reach the combat strength of an ordinary 11-star. However, that would require 10,000 trial points to exchange for the fourth level of the 10,000 Elephant True technique. 10,000 trial points, it was a lot. I should take this opportunity to comprehend the 9-star True Sword, Chen Zong thought to himself. He activated the three minds at once and comprehended it with all his might. After recovering to 1%, he activated the Heart Sutra normally and reached the three minds at once. The recovery speed of his mind power could keep up with the speed of consumption. After an hour, Chen Zong completely grasped the seventh sword. He immediately used his trial points to exchange for some pills. Returning Qi pill. After consuming it, he immediately recovered 10% of his strength, and in a short period of time, he recovered 20% of his strength. Golden revitalizing pill. This was a healing pill. As long as it was not a fatal injury, it could be quickly alleviated and healed. Whether it was the returning Qi pill or the golden revitalizing pill, they both required 100 trial points. Chen Zong directly used 1,000 trial points to exchange for 5 pills each. After using up almost all of his trial points, Chen Zong walked out of the camp and stepped into the fierce demon wasteland again. After recovering 1% of his strength, executing the 5th and 6th swords became a breeze. Executing the 7th sword was no longer as difficult as before. Furthermore, the might of each of his swords had been greatly enhanced. Kill. Push all the way. Infant body. Adult body. Chen Zong did not need to perform the 5th or 6th sword. He only needed to wave his sword and he could kill them instantly. However, Chen Zong did not care about the points of the adult body fierce demon anymore. He directly went into the inner circle. The fierce demon wasteland was divided into the outer circle, middle circle, inner circle, middle circle, and core area. They corresponded to the infant body, adult body, mature body, evolved body, and complete body of the soldier-level fierce demon. Of course, in the outer circle, it was possible to meet the adult body fierce demon. In the middle circle, it was possible to meet the mature fierce demon. In the inner circle, it was possible to meet the evolved fierce demon. However, the probability was very low. At least, Chernzong had not met one yet. Entering the inner circle meant that it was possible to meet the trial takers from the other three camps. Then, it would be a bigger competition, because the number of infant fierce demons was the most, followed by the adult fierce demons. The number of mature fierce demons decreased, and the number of complete fierce demons was even less. Although the fierce demons here could be reborn, there was a time limit. The stronger the fierce demon, the longer it would take to be reborn. This meant that in a short period of time, the resources were limited. Chernzong stepped into the inner circle. He did not find the mature fierce demon immediately. Instead, he searched for a while before he found it. Iron Claw Demon. The color of the mature Iron Claw Demon's skin was even deeper, and it looked even rougher. Its body had reached 5 meters, and a violent aura filled the air. It was extremely ferocious, and it brought with it an extremely strong pressure that attacked the surrounding area. The Iron Claw Demon also found Chernzong. It directly rushed over. Its huge iron claw slashed through the air and directly tore the void. Chernzong was sure that this claw could not be blocked by an ordinary 9-star combat power. Once caught, they would be torn apart. However, Chernzong wasn't someone who could be compared to a normal 9-star warrior. His body flashed, and his afterimage was torn apart by the iron claw. Then, a beam of sword light flashed across the sky and dashed out. Ninefold True Sword, 5th Sword. The ninefold True Sword was divided into 9 swords. Each sword was stronger than the previous one. Its sharpness was amazing. It was very pure. The power of the 6th sword at 1% of its strength was extremely shocking and terrifying. Chernzong felt that he could fully unleash his strength. However, this sword did not kill the Iron Claw Demon. The mature Iron Claw Demon was much stronger than the adult Iron Claw Demon. Whether it was in strength, speed, or fighting skills, it was also much stronger. If the infant fierce demon was compared to a kid, then the adult fierce demon was like a teenager, and the mature fierce demon was like a young man. Chapter 2408. A mature fierce demon was worth 100 trial points, which was within Chernzong's expectations. Chernzong was happy, but he was worried that mature fierce demons were not easy to encounter. In half a day, Chernzong had only encountered 3 mature fierce demons and obtained 300 trial points. If he had been in the middle circle, he would have killed at least 20 fierce demons. From the looks of it, it wouldn't be easy to gather 10,000 trial points. It would take a lot of time. Even though 10,000 trial points only required him to kill 100 mature vicious beasts, the prerequisite was that he had to find 100 mature vicious beasts. Mature fierce demons were extremely ferocious. Even with Chernzong's normal fighting strength, it was difficult for him to kill one. Only by unleashing his maximum fighting strength and engaging in an intense battle did he manage to successfully kill one. A mature fierce demon was already so terrifying. What about a mature fierce demon? A mature fierce demon had the combat strength of a 12-star level. How terrifying would it be? After an entire day, when night fell, Chernzong had only killed 5 mature fierce demons and obtained 500 trial points. At this speed, it would take him 12 days to gather 10,000 trial points. For 3 days, Chernzong's harvest was not much. On the 4th day, Chernzong returned to the camp and received a message from Wu Daoyuan. The Little Path Alliance was officially established. Everyone, let me introduce you. This is Chernzong. A few days ago, He defeated a member of the demonic tribe in a head-on battle. I believe all of you have heard of him. He is the first vice leader of our small Dao alliance. Wu Daoyuan walked to Chen Zong's side and introduced him to the 20 or so people present with a smile. Chen Zong stood up and gave a sword salute to the crowd with a smile. This is Lu Xiu. He comes from the Second Order Void and is the #1 genius of that void. He has also mastered the 3rd level of the 10,000 Elephant True technique. Wu Daoyuan walked to a young man with long hair and black clothes and a red long staff on his back. Lu Xiu's expression was indifferent. He did not stand up and only nodded slightly. Everyone was shocked when they heard this. The 3rd level of the 10,000 Elephant True technique. In less than a month, there were not many people who had exchanged for the 3rd level of the 10,000 Elephant True technique. Even among the 4 major races, not everyone had exchanged for the 3rd level of the 10,000 Elephant True technique. Although there was news that some of the 4 major races had exchanged for the 4th level of the 10,000 Elephant True technique, it was only a minority. Those who had grasped the 3rd level of the 10,000 Elephant True technique were considered expert. Most of them had only grasped the 2nd level of the 10,000 Elephant True technique. The worst part was that they had only grasped the 1st level. However, the 20 or so people present were all carefully selected by Wu Daoyuan, so each of them had at least mastered the 2nd stage of the 10,000 Elephants True technique. Feng Lan, Wu Daoyuan, and the 3rd deputy leader of our Little Path Alliance. Wu Daoyuan walked over to a tall girl with a long ponytail, giving off the impression of a vigorous cheetah. Feng Lan stood up with a smile on his face. He cupped his fists and bowed slightly to the crowd. His sky-blue tight short robe perfectly accentuated his tall and strong body. In particular, his long legs were slender and tight, as if they were filled with astonishing explosive power. She was very beautiful. Her beauty was not the soft and gentle beauty of ordinary women. Instead, it was a kind of heroic beauty. She was valiant and formidable like a female warrior. 1 chief, 3 deputy chiefs, and 21 members. This was the Little Path Alliance that Wu Daoyuan had initially established. Among them, Chief Wu Daoyuan. Wu Daoyuan and the 3 deputy chiefs had grasped the 3rd level of the 10,000 Elephant True technique. The other 21 members had grasped the 2nd level of the 10,000 Elephant True technique. On the whole, this was a considerable force. Duan Lingkong was also among the members because he had grasped the 2nd level of the 10,000 Elephant True technique a few days ago. The purpose of this gathering was to get to know each other and let everyone know what to do. They could even form teams and enter the ominous demon wasteland to hunt ominous demons together. However, in the end, only the members of the alliance formed teams. As for the chief and the 3 deputy chiefs, they all chose to travel alone. Time passed by slowly, day after day. Mature ominous demons were not easy to hunt, but Chen Zong still had some gains every day. In comparison, his gains were more than hunting growth-type ominous demons. After all, the trial points obtained from killing a mature ominous demon were equivalent to the gains obtained from killing 10 growth-type ominous demons. Today was the 8th day since Chen Zong stepped into the inner circle of the ominous demon wasteland. It seems that we're quite lucky to have encountered a 3rd-rank void low-level life form. Don't be careless. To be able to come here, this low-level life form must have some skills. 2 voices sounded at the same time as they approached rapidly. Without any pause, one from the left and one from the right, they immediately attacked Chen Zong. Their shocking murderous auras raged like a storm, attacking wildly as if they wanted to tear Chen Zong apart. Through the 9 heavens ring, Chen Zong also knew the identities of these 2 people. They were the Horn people from the 2nd-rank void. Their appearance was similar to that of humans, but they had some additional characteristics, which was the single horn on their foreheads. The strength of these 2 hornmen was not simple. Both of them had mastered the third level of the 10,000 elephant true technique. Moreover, judging from their attacks, the two of them were very good at cooperating. In an instant, Chernzong was in danger. Extreme combat power erupted. In such a place, Chernzong did not intend to take it slow. He wanted to end the battle quickly. The sixth sword of the nine heavens, true sword. In an instant, the sword light pierced through the air. The sword stabbed out, its sharpness shocking the world. It directly split into two and stabbed at the two horn people. The two horn people were shocked and their expressions changed drastically. They were still happy to have found a low-level life form and were planning to kill it to earn some trial points. After all, in the inner circle, there were fewer and fewer mature ominous demons. Their regeneration speed could not keep up with the speed of hunting. What they did not expect was that the strength of this low-level life form was somewhat unexpected. However, to be able to come here to become a trial taker and enter the inner circle, these two horn people were also extraordinary. They were very strong and had rich experience in fighting. In the face of Chernzong's sword, the two of them immediately dodged and went around it. Then, they turned around and counterattacked from behind. The two horn people each held a green scimitar in their hands. It was shaped like a crescent moon and was abnormally sharp. Kill. Sword whirled. Open. The simple exchange made Chernzong realize that it was not realistic to want to kill these two horn people in a few moves. If it was one-on-one, he might be able to do it, but the two of them cooperated seamlessly, increasing the difficulty of killing them. Then, in accordance with the principle of ending the battle quickly, Chernzong directly exploded. The range of the sword whirled covered a radius of 200 meters. It was even larger, and the sword light could condense more. However, to deal with these two people, 10 was enough. It was an all-around suppression and directly killing them. Until death, the two horn people were in disbelief. Even with the two of them working together, they were actually killed by a low-level life form. After killing the two horn people, Chernzong immediately retracted the sword world, stopped the consumption of energy, and immediately checked his harvest. Trial points: 1,200. He directly obtained 1,200 trial points. One of the horn people contributed 700 points, and the other contributed 500 points. This was equivalent to killing 12 mature fierce demons, which was equivalent to 3 days of harvest. As expected, after entering the inner circle, if I want to quickly obtain trial points, is hunting other trial takers the best way? Chernzong could not help but secretly think. One hunt was equivalent to several days of harvest. Was this not a disguised form of encouragement to hunt other trial takers? However, Chernzong was not impulsive. Although it was a way, it was not necessarily the best way. What if the trial taker he hunted did not have any trial points? What if the trial taker was stronger than him and was killed instead of hunting? Everything could happen. Therefore, if he hunted other trial takers to obtain trial points, the result might be worse than he imagined. Chernzong did not plan to do so, but if there were trial takers who wanted to hunt him, they would have to think carefully. For example, the two horn people. After calming down, Chernzong refined the pills to recover his energy while looking for fierce demons to kill. As for the Zhenqi pill, he would not use it easily. However, he did use a few pills before, but Chernzong would immediately replenish them when he returned to the camp. Little thing, you can't escape. A huge figure was currently running across the ground at an extremely fast speed. Every step seemed to shatter the earth, causing it to rumble and tremble endlessly. Every step had a powerful recoil, pushing the 5-meter-tall and sturdy body forward in an extremely barbaric manner. This was a heaven's pride of the giant tribe from the North Camp. He was chasing a human. The human was very fast and agile. His slender and powerful legs touched the ground and flew far away. He was like a cheetah running wildly on the field. He looked much more graceful than the giant chasing after him. However, this was not enough to let her escape. The giant was indeed not as agile as her, but when he moved his legs, his tyrannical strength was fully utilized. He burst forth with astonishing speed and continued to close in on her. "Don't struggle. Stop and let me kill you. I promise you won't feel any pain," the giant said again with a sinister smile. Feng Lan gritted his teeth and sprinted with all his might. The strength of this giant was way too strong. Even though they were both at the third level of the 10,000 elephant true technique, this giant was way stronger than him. That strength of his was terrifying to the extreme. He could easily break through Feng Lan's attack. Furthermore, his body was terrifyingly tough. Feng Lan's attacks could only cause limited damage to his body. If not for the fact that she had the Golden Revitalization Pill and Zhenqi Pill, she would have been killed long ago. But now, she had consumed the last Zhenqi Pill and Golden Revitalization Pill. Feng Lan was hesitating whether she should ask for help from the others in the Dao Alliance. However, the thought flashed through her mind. The strength of the giant was way too scary. Even if she asked for help, the other Vice Alliance Masters or Alliance Masters could rush over. Most likely, they would not be a match for him. Suddenly, Feng Lan caught sight of a familiar figure in front of her. First, set a small goal. For example, 1 second. Remember, book guest house. Chapter 2409. Chernzong. That familiar figure was the first deputy leader of the Small Path Alliance, Chernzong. The first deputy leader was not the same as the first deputy leader. They were two different concepts. The first one meant that he was the earliest to join. The first one meant that he was the strongest. Feng Lan still had some impression of Chernzong because she had been present during the battle between Chernzong and Emoluya. She had watched the entire battle and was very shocked. She was sure that she was no match for Emoluya at that time. Deputy Leader Chen, let's go. Although he knew that Chernzong's strength was not to be underestimated, the giant that was chasing after him was too strong. Both of them were at the third level of the 10,000 elephant true skill, but he didn't have much strength to resist. If Chernzong was implicated because of this, she would feel uneasy. Chernzong also saw Feng Lan and recognized her. She was one of the deputy leaders of the Small Path Alliance. She was also the only female among the 3 deputy leaders. She was valiant and had a very heroic look. Her bright smile left a deep impression on people. Feng Lan was fleeing and looked a little panicked. Her pursuer was a 5-meter-tall giant. He was from the giant tribe. The giant tribe also saw Chernzong. His eyes lit up immediately because he instantly knew of Chernzong's identity through the 9 Heavens Ring. He was a low-level life form from the 3rd rank void space. He could kill them all. Hopefully, he could get more trial points. A shocking and violent murderous aura surged over like a flood. Chernzong's body tensed up as he felt suppressed. Chernzong did not speak. His expression was cold and solemn. In a flash, he glided across the ground and charged toward the giant tribe as fast as lightning. In just an instant, Chernzong and Feng Lan passed by each other. Feng Lan was shocked. She instinctively stopped in her tracks and quickly turned around. Just as she was about to charge forward to meet the giant tribe with Chernzong, she saw a dazzling sword gleam. That sword light was extremely dazzling and eye-catching. It was like a bolt of divine lightning that pierced through the sky, releasing an endless amount of ice-cold killing intent as it pressed forward. All of a sudden, Chernzong slashed out with his sword, startling the giant. He could feel a sense of threat from that sword. It was an intense threat that could hurt him. The 7th sword of the 9-fold true sword. After many battles, Chernzong had long since mastered this sword move. He could easily execute it, and its power was extremely strong and peerlessly sharp. Before the sword arrived, the sharpness of the sword caused the Titan to be startled. He felt a faint pain in his tough skin, as if it were being torn apart. With a roar, the giant unleashed all of his power. His muscles swelled up, becoming as tough as refined steel. He was filled with shocking power as he slammed into his surroundings, causing the air to vibrate and ripple. Following that, the huge arms stretched back high, like a strong bow being pulled to its fullest. Every muscle was stretched to the limit, and all the power was vibrating within. Explode! He threw out a punch. The huge fist carried an extremely powerful fist force as it tore through the air, making a rumbling sound. It was as if a meteorite had fallen from the sky, smashing the earth and shattering all life. That shocking fist pressure directly pressed down on Chernzong, making him feel suffocated. Even from afar, Feng Lan could feel the power of that punch. It was extremely shocking. If it were her, even if she used all of her strength, it would be difficult for her to block it. That was because the physique of the giant tribe was too strong. It was a natural talent that belonged to their tribe. They were born this way, and as they grew and cultivated, it would continue to strengthen as if there was no limit to it. The punch not only contained the strength of their physique, but also the power of the great path that they had comprehended and mastered. In an instant, the sword light paused and shattered. However, the power of the seventh sword was also very terrifying. The fist force of the giant tribe was also shattered. This attack was evenly matched. The giant tribe was secretly shocked. Feng Lan was even more surprised. She could not block that punch. If she blocked it directly, she would be injured. However, Chernzong blocked it and did not seem to be at a disadvantage at all. The sword light was shattered. Chernzong paused for a moment, then exploded again. Ultimate combat strength. The seventh sword. Kill. The sword light of this sword became even more dazzling. It was much more blazing than before. The giant tribe was shocked. With a roar, he threw out another punch. The power of this punch was even more powerful. The moment the sword and the fist collided again, Chernzong immediately felt a shocking force rushing towards him. Immediately, the second force followed. The second force was not weaker than the first force. The sword light was shattered. Under the second force, Chernzong retreated in the air, dispersing the extremely powerful force. Feng Lan was shocked. Just when he thought that Chernzong could not withstand the giant tribe's attack, he saw Chernzong's body glide across the air. His posture was graceful, like a swallow returning to its flight. He went around the giant tribe from the side. His sword pierced through the air again. It was like a cold bolt of lightning. It was light and agile, but it was as powerful as the wind and thunder. It slashed towards the giant tribe's neck. Good! Feng Lan's eyes lit up. He was surprised by Chernzong's sword. It seemed simple, but the control of one's own strength and the timing of this sword was perfect. It also showed an astonishingly solid foundation of swordsmanship and superb swordsmanship attainments. Even Feng Lan, who thought that he had put in a lot of hard work in his martial arts attainments, had studied deeply and achieved great attainments, could only sigh at his own inferiority. The giant tribe was also shocked, but it was too late to dodge. As a result, some of the weaknesses of the giant tribe were exposed. Although their strength was strong and their speed was not slow, their reaction was relatively slow. Of course, relatively speaking, it was also because Chernzong's sword was unexpected and exquisite. The giant tribe gritted his teeth. His neck suddenly swelled, as if protruding muscles. Streaks of light flowed on it, overlapping and blocking Chernzong's sword. It could not cut through. The seventh sword of the nine-layered true sword could not cut through the giant tribe's neck. It only broke a layer of skin. It was just a flesh wound. It was not worth mentioning. Chernzong was shocked. He finally realized how terrifying the giant tribe's physique was. Compared to the giant tribe's physique, there was a huge gap. If a mature fierce demon was hit by this sword, even if it was not cut in half, it would at least be seriously injured. The giant tribe was really a monster of physique. With a roar, the giant tribe punched again. An incomparably powerful force condensed in it. It was an earth-shattering punch, as if it could shatter everything. Rage. The giant tribe was abnormally furious. He was hit by a low-level lifeform sword. If he had not reacted in time, that sword would not have taken his life. However, he would definitely have been seriously injured. The fist pressure came crashing down like a storm, directly oppressing the space under the fist to the extreme. It was as if it was a piece of iron plate. Retreat. This punch was too strong and too fierce. He had to avoid it. At the same time, Chen Zong's strength surged like a tide. A misty sword light flickered on the sword. Kill. The 8th sword of the 9-layered true sword. When the sword came out, the sword wind roared like a raging storm, filling all directions. In the distance, Feng Lan was shocked. What a powerful sword technique! He felt that the sword technique was beyond the level of strength. Every cultivator cultivated and used the martial arts that they had inherited from the training camp, and not their own martial arts. It was not that they did not want to use them, but the effects of using them were not as good as the martial arts inherited from the training camp. And these inherited martial arts were easy to understand. For example, the sword technique was called the 9-layered true sword. The saber technique was called the 9-layered killing saber. The fist technique was called the 9-layered tyrant fist. The spear technique was called the 9-layered absolute spear. The leg technique was called the 9-layered kick. The staff technique was called the 9-layered mountain staff. These martial arts were the basic martial arts that the 9 Heavens Imperial Court had sorted out over countless years. Although they were the basics, it was important to know that the universe was more vast and more advanced than the void. And these basic inheritances were all refined and refined, turning the complicated into simple. These inherited martial arts also had their corresponding counterpart. Take the 9-layered true sword as an example. The first layer of the 10,000 elephant true technique corresponded to the first and second sword. The 4th layer of the 10,000 elephant true technique corresponded to the 7th and 8th sword. As for the 5th layer of the 10,000 elephant true technique, it corresponded to the 9th sword. Of course, this level could only be corresponded to by the top prodigies. If an ordinary prodigy cultivated the first layer of the 10,000 elephant true technique, it would be good enough if he could master the first sword. Cultivation techniques corresponded to the level of martial arts, but to cultivate martial arts, one needed to have the corresponding attainments. For example, if one did not have the foundation of the sword technique, it would be difficult to master the 9-layered true sword. Strength and foundation were indispensable. However, Chunzong was obviously only at the 3rd layer of the 10,000 elephant true technique, but he was able to display the 8th sword. How superb was that! The sword slashed out like a hot knife through butter, slicing through the fist pressure of the giant race. Then, it clashed against the fist of the giant race. The sound of metal clashing against metal rang out in the void as a terrifying shock wave blasted out. It was as though everything in the surroundings would be torn apart. As the shock wave blasted out, even the tough grass on the ground was torn apart instantly, scattering into the air like dust. Chen Zong felt that the sword in his hand was almost knocked out of his hand in the direct collision of the two powerful forces, and the fist of the giant was also directly cut open. The sword blade cut into the surface of the fist, leaving a sword mark that was several inches deep. Enduring the excruciating pain, the giant raised his left fist abruptly and then slammed it down like a falling meteorite. The 6th punch of the 9-layered tyrant fist. This punch blasted out layers of ripples like a vortex. A huge fist directly blasted out of the vortex, powerful and ferocious. It directly smashed Chen Zong's body into pieces, and even blasted a large hole in the grassland, sending broken soil flying everywhere. However, it was only Chen Zong's afterimage that was smashed. A flash of sword light bloomed in the sky, extremely dazzling and dazzling. It directly slashed down like a full moon. Chunzong had even used the power of the Taichu sword origin form for this sword. The ninth sword. All the power in his body poured out like a flood that broke a dam, and all of it poured into this sword. It made Chunzong feel as if his body was empty. This sword was Chunzong's most powerful sword, and it was also the sword that Chunzong had just begun to master. It was also the ninth and last sword of the ninefold true sword. Its corresponding level should be the fifth layer of the 10,000 elephant true technique. However, Chunzong's swordsmanship was extremely high, and his accumulation of the way of the sword was also incomparably vigorous. In addition, the Heart Sutra had been unsealed to the 3 heart wills, and the effect of his comprehension had been greatly enhanced. Therefore, he was able to master this sword when he was at the 3rd layer of the 10,000 elephant true technique. This was the ultimate sword, the most powerful sword. Chapter 24:10. The sword light appeared in the sky. Looking up, the light shone in all directions. It was dazzling. It was like a bright moon, but also like a real sun. Like a hot knife through butter, it was merciless. It was like the sky was collapsing. Endless sharp light bloomed. Slash. Break. Crack. Unstoppable. The giant used all his strength, but he still couldn't stop this sword. This sword was way too sharp. Even with the giant's strong body, he couldn't stop it. His thick and solid arms swelled up in an instant. Every muscle seemed to be on the verge of exploding as they swelled up high. Strands of aura circulated, condensed, and erupted from them. The giant raised his arms that had swelled to the extreme and crossed them over his head to protect himself. He wanted to block Chunzong's sword strike because he couldn't avoid it. The strongest sword attack, the strongest body. In an instant, the sword slashed down on the giant's bulging arms. It was so sharp that it could cleave apart mountains. It cut through the strength of the giant's arms inch by inch. After the giant's arms were cut off, it continued to slash downwards. At the crucial moment, the giant dodged his head. The sword landed at the joint between his neck and shoulder and cut in. Only when it reached his chest did it stop. The power of the sword seemed to have been used up, and it was difficult for it to go any further. It was unable to cut the giant in half as it wished. This was all because the body of this giant was too strong. His bones and tendons were extremely tough. Especially when he used both his arms to resist, the power of this sword was greatly reduced. However, the giant's arms were cut off. Even his body was cut a lot. Although the giant didn't die, he was severely injured. Without hesitation, Chunzong immediately took a zhenqi pellet. He recovered 10% of his strength. There was still 20% left. He drew the sword. A sword pierced through the air like a bolt of lightning. The killing intent was extremely cold as it pierced through the eyes of the giant. The giant couldn't resist Chunzong anymore. He was killed in the end. After killing the giant, Chunzong took another zhenqi pellet to recover his strength. If he didn't have the pure qi pellet to replenish his energy, he wouldn't be able to kill the man. Chunzong finally experienced the terror of the giant tribe, especially their physique, which was indescribably strong. This giant was even more frightening than Emoluye of the demonic tribe. If they were at the same level, Emoluye would most likely not be a match for him. When he recovered 30% of his strength, Feng Lan also woke up from the shock. His vigorous legs dashed over, and his heroic eyes were filled with shock. He looked at Chunzong as if he was looking at a monster. The 4 major clans of the First Order Void were recognized as the strongest clans in the Void. Even an ordinary member of the clan had extraordinary talent and potential. Their combat strength was astonishing. After all, their innate racial talent was there. As for the genius-level clansmen, each and every one of them was even scarier. Those who were able to make it here were naturally geniuses or even top geniuses. Vice Alliance leader Chen, you actually killed him. Feng Lan's tone was filled with shock. This shock came from the inside out. Perhaps even the leader of the Small Path Alliance, Wu Daoyuan, was no match for Chen Zong. Yes. Chen Zong nodded. With 30% of his strength recovered, he could unleash a tyrannical power with his own strength. He did not have to worry about being attacked by Feng Lan. Of course, Chen Zong did not think that Feng Lan would attack him. It was just a form of vigilance. In a place like this, danger did not only come from the fearsome demons, but also from other trial takers. Vice Alliance leader Chen, thank you so much for this. Feng Lan cupped his fists towards Chen Zong and said, I can't thank you enough. If there's anything you need in the future, I'm willing to risk my life to do it. You're too kind. Chen Zong could not help but smile and return the sword salute. Although Feng Lan was a woman, she was very forthright. She was not inferior to men at all. She could be called a heroine among women. Chen Zong did not have any intention of flirting and did not say much. The two of them chatted for a while before parting ways. They went in different directions to hunt for fearsome demons. As for teaming up, Chen Zong did not have such thoughts. Neither did Feng Lan. Firstly, their strength was not on the same level. Although they were both at the third level of the 10,000 Elephant True technique, there was a difference in strength. Secondly, the two of them were not familiar with each other. However, Feng Lan remembered Chen Zong's saving grace. Even if she died here, she would not really die, but she would lose half of her trial points, which would take a lot of time to obtain. It had to be known that after entering the inner circle, one would gradually realize how difficult it was to obtain trial points. It was not because one was not strong enough to obtain them, but because there were limited numbers of mature fearsome demons. 5,000. Chen Zong took pills to recover his strength while searching for fearsome demons. He also checked the trial points he obtained from killing the giant and was shocked. He had obtained 5,000 trial points in one go, which was equivalent to killing 50 mature fearsome demons. If he had hunted them himself, he would have needed at least 10 days. If he was unlucky, he would have needed 15 days. What was even more tragic was that the giant had 10,000 trial points. Chen Zong guessed that he must have wanted to recover and exchange for the fourth layer of the 10,000 Elephant True technique to unlock more strength. However, he might have met Feng Lan on his way back and planned to kill her to earn more trial points. Then, he met Chen Zong in the process of chasing after her and planned to kill Chen Zong to earn more trial points. In the end, not only did he not obtain more trial points, but he also lost half of his trial points, which was 5,000. The fourth layer of the 10,000 Elephant True technique was gone in a short period of time. When he revived, who knew how angry he would be? However, that had nothing to do with him. Counting the 5,000 trial points and the 1,200 from before, Chen Zong had obtained 6,200 trial points from the other trial challengers. Adding his own gains from these days, he now had more than 8,000 trial points. Maybe in a few days, I can exchange for the fourth layer of the 10,000 Elephant True technique, Chen Zong thought to himself, somewhat excited. The fourth layer of the 10,000 Elephant True technique meant that his strength could be recovered to a tenth. In addition, after cultivating the fourth layer of the 10,000 Elephant True technique, he could obtain a second-grade trial evaluation. Of course, Chen Zong was not satisfied with this evaluation. When night fell, Chen Zong did not return to the camp. With the three mental states of one heart, Chen Zong could recover his mental strength faster. He also had enough fresh water pills and meat essence pills, so he would not feel hungry or thirsty. He had everything. The Nine Heavens Ring had said that the trial evaluation was divided into many levels, but in the end they only said first, second, and third grade. Chen Zong felt that above the third grade there might be a fourth or fifth grade. However, it would be much more difficult to obtain that level of evaluation. However, that was more challenging, wasn't it? Chen Zong's goal was not as simple as a third-grade evaluation. As for the rest, the Nine Heavens ring did not plan to say. Everything was up to him to figure it out himself. The inner circle at night was more dangerous, but the rewards were also greater. With a sword in hand, Chen Zong demonstrated what it meant to be invincible. There was no need to use the 8th or 9th sword. At most, the 7th sword was enough to kill all mature fierce demons. Using the 9th sword would almost exhaust all of his strength. Of course, its power was also extremely terrifying. However, Chen Zong felt that the Nine Heavens true sword might not be as simple as just 9 sword. Especially after comprehending the 9th sword, this feeling became more and more obvious. After killing a fierce demon and obtaining 100 trial points, Chen Zong seemed to have gained something and started to practice his sword on the spot. The sword light danced in the night, drawing out a clear light that was like water. It was as serene as the moonlight. Chen Zong used the Nine Heavens true sword continuously, from the first to the second to the third sword. However, he did not put much power into them because Chen Zong was practicing his sword and not fighting. There was no need for him to do so. Chen Zong had already comprehended all of the Nine Heavens true sword and could use them. Even the most energy-consuming 9th sword, Chen Zong could use it. Of course, under the condition that it did not consume much power, it only had a sharpness, but did not have a peerless power. Over and over again, Chen Zong only felt that when he used the 9th sword, there was a sharpness growing. Of the Nine Heavens true sword, there should be a 10th sword, Chen Zong said to himself as he sheathed his sword. The light in his eyes was extremely sharp. It was just that he was limited by his own realm and strength, so he could not truly comprehend it. The reason why he had such a feeling and such confidence was because of his superb swordsmanship, extremely solid foundation, and outstanding comprehension. When I master the 4th stage of the 10,000 elephant true technique, I might be able to comprehend the 10th sword. Chen Zong thought to himself. It was a feeling. Perhaps it was not 100% accurate, but it was equivalent to a guide. Chen Zong even had a feeling that the 10th sword's power would be far greater than the 9th sword's. The gap between the 8th and 9th sword's power would be greater. Of course, he would not know the truth until he actually comprehended it. After resting for a while, Chen Zong adjusted his essence, qi, and spirit to the peak. He set off again to hunt fierce beasts. He still needed more than 1,000 points, and he had to get them in the shortest time possible. 1 night, 2 nights, 3 nights, Chen Zong did not return to the camp. He had almost pushed himself to the limit. He had used up all of the trueness elixirs and golden rejuvenation elixirs. Finally, he had more than 10,000 points. Return journey. Even though it was noon, Chen Zong did not hesitate and immediately set off for home. First, he wanted to exchange for the 4th stage of the 10,000 elephant true technique as soon as possible to recover more of his strength. In a place like this, strength was the biggest guarantee. Second, Chen Zong stayed in the fierce beast wasteland for 3 days and 3 nights. Although he rested, it was not the same as when he returned to the camp. He could not relax. On the way back, whenever Chen Zong encountered a vicious monster, he would kill it with a single slash of his sword. Whether it was a mature monster, an adult monster, or a young monster, even if he killed a young monster, he would still be able to obtain trial points. When Chen Zong returned to the camp, he had a few hundred more points. At this time, there were very few people in the camp, almost no one, because they were all out hunting fierce beasts. Without hesitation, Chen Zong immediately exchanged for the 4th stage of the 10,000 elephant true technique. More than 10,000 points were deducted, leaving him with less than 1,000 points. However, it was worth it. Chapter 24:11. Ominous Demon Wasteland, Middle Circle. Duan Linkong and two members of the Small Path Alliance teamed up and formed a small team to hunt ominous demons together. As an independent cultivator, the reason why he was able to reach where he was today, surpassing the top geniuses of many major factions, was not only because of his own talent and potential, but also because he dared to take risks and deal with people. If he could avoid making enemies, he would avoid a lot of unnecessary trouble. Therefore, Duan Linkong was very good at communicating and socializing with others. This was something Chen Zong could not compare to. The three of them were on par with each other in terms of strength. When they teamed up, their efficiency in hunting ominous demons greatly increased. This was also a common way for trial takers to increase their competitiveness. After killing the two ominous demons, they received another 20 trial points. Soon, I'll be able to exchange for the third stage of the 10,000 Elephant True technique. Duan Linkong looked at his increased trial points and secretly rejoiced. Currently, only by mastering the third stage of the 10,000 Elephant True technique could one be considered an expert and become the main force. The second stage was still not enough. Suddenly, a chill emerged from the depths of his heart. As soon as it appeared, it exploded like a flood breaking a dam. Duan Linkong immediately looked back and saw a scene that almost made his eyes pop out of their sockets. He saw a black stream of light shoot through the sky like an arrow leaving a bow. It was unbelievably fast as lightning. One of the Alliance members did not dodge in time and was hit in the head. With a bang, his head exploded like a vegetable. Too fast. This scene happened too quickly. The second black stream of light shot through the sky and smashed the head of the other Alliance member. Duan Linkong then realized that it was an arrow that smashed their heads. The pitch-black arrow exploded after hitting them. Immediately after, Duan Linkong felt that he had been locked onto by an extremely terrifying aura. That aura was cold and tyrannical as it madly charged at him. It unceasingly invaded his body like maggots that wanted to drill into his body and freeze everything within it. Next, a fine beam of black light pierced through the air and shot into Duan Linkong's body. However, it did not explode. Instead, it swam through Duan Linkong's body, scattering all of his power. Low-class life form. The two figures approached, and one of them spoke with a low and gloomy voice that was filled with shocking cold killing intent. His eyes were dark to the extreme and contained an incomparably dense baleful aura. "It's you." Duan Linkong recognized the other party. It was Emoluya of the demonic tribe. As for the other one, he was also from the devil cultivator race. He held a large black bow in his hand, and the person who shot his two allies and scattered his power should be this devil cultivator race. This devil cultivator had a slender and vigorous figure. His eyes were dark and sharp, as if they could pierce through everything. "Bastard, I've found an opportunity. Even if you want to self-destruct now, it's impossible." Emoluya's eyes were extremely dark and cold as he stared at Duan Linkong. His words were as sharp as a knife, as if they were cutting Duan Linkong's body. "Ha ha! It seems you are still holding a grudge against me for blowing myself up and causing you to die under Brother Chen's sword." Duan Linkong did not show any fear. Instead, he smiled and said, "As for me, as a person, it's better to be more open-minded." Seeing that his threat was not only ineffective, but was even mocked by the other party, Emoluya's mental state exploded. His anger erupted like a volcano. A shocking aura surged and turned into a ball of black flames that burned endlessly. It was as if it wanted to burn everything to ashes. Emoluya was about to attack and blast Duan Linkong to smithereens. Emoluya, the bow-wielding devil cultivator, suddenly spoke. His voice was as cold as ice. It was as if a basin of ice water had been poured over Emoluya's head. Emoluya immediately regained some rationality and slowly calmed down. "Smash! I won't let you die so easily." Emoloye's voice was filled with blazing cold, killing intent. He immediately attacked, sending out fist after fist that tore through the air and blasted towards Duan Linkong's limbs, breaking them all. With the enormous difference in strength, and the fact that Duan Linkong's power had been scattered and could not be gathered in a short period of time, Duan Linkong was simply unable to resist Emoloye. Soon, Duan Linkong's power was crippled. His limbs were broken, and even his tongue was pulled out. However, he did not die. That was because Emoloye's goal was not to kill Duan Linkong. Emoloye and the bow-wielding devil cultivator lifted the nearly crippled Duan Linkong and immediately rushed towards the camp. In the end, they stopped in front of the mottled ancient stone bridge outside the camp. They threw Duan Linkong to the ground and forced him to kneel in an extremely humiliating position. Duan Linkong was powerless to resist, powerless to struggle, and unable to commit suicide. He could only kneel like this, tears of blood flowing from his eyes. Some people were returning to the camp, while others were leaving. They all passed by the stone bridge and saw this scene. "What is going on? Who is that?" The people who passed by were all shocked when they saw Duan Linkong. Beside Duan Linkong stood a figure. It was the devil cultivator Emoloye. As for the bow-wielding devil cultivator, he was nowhere to be seen. No one knew where he went. "Tell that lowly trash by the name of Chunzong that I will give him 3 days. After 3 days, he is to take out 10,000 trial points to redeem him. Otherwise, his trash friend will continue to kneel here." Emoloye's voice was filled with malice. There was a hint of madness in it. "Rest assured, I will not let that trash die." Hearing his words, everyone was horrified. An indescribable chill surged through their bodies. Beating him into a crippled state and forcing him to kneel here for the passers-by to see was a humiliation, an extreme humiliation. Furthermore, Emoloye was not letting him die. This was even more humiliating than killing him several times. Duan Linkong wanted to say something. However, he was unable to say anything. His power had been crippled, his tongue had been pulled out, and he was unable to speak. His limbs had been broken, and he was unable to move. He continued to kneel. Furthermore, he wanted Chunzong to gather 10,000 trial points in 3 days to redeem Duan Linkong. That was simply impossible. 10,000 trial points. How much was that? That was the amount required to reach the 4th layer of the 10,000 elephant true technique. To most people, that was a shocking amount. There were many people in a huge palace. Every one of them was emitting a shocking and terrifying aura. A huge wall had turned into a light mirror. It was reflecting the scene in the training camp. Even the sounds were extremely clear. "Blackwing Darkwing, isn't the behavior of your clan's younger generation too excessive?" A human expert frowned and looked at a demonic expert opposite him. His tone was filled with dissatisfaction. "Haha, the weak are prey to the strong. The law of the universe is that the strong dominate everything. The weak can only passively accept it. Lin Ming, if you want to blame someone, you can only blame your human clan for being too weak." The demonic expert who was called out immediately laughed loudly. His tone was extremely domineering. An extremely terrifying aura surrounded him. It was like a black hole that wanted to devour everything. Not only was this demonic expert not dissatisfied with the cruel actions of his own clansmen, but he was also very supportive and proud. Aside from the human clan and demonic race, there were also experts from other clans in the palace. "Alright, you are not allowed to interfere with anything that happens in the training camp. Just watch with peace of mind." The silver-haired man sitting at the head spoke. His voice seemed to contain traces of coldness. However, it also sounded somewhat gentle. It was very strange. Indeed, the outside world was not allowed to interfere with anything that happened in the training camp. They could only watch. Hence, no matter what happened in the training camp, they could only watch. Shio. It was the sound of wind being torn apart. A black figure immediately flew over and approached Emoluya. A blood-red saber light instantly blossomed with a shocking light. It streaked across the sky, tearing apart everything as it slashed towards Emoluya mercilessly. It was the war demon. They came from the same void. It would have been fine if they did not see it. However, since they saw it, they would not sit by and do nothing. Emoluya's expression immediately changed. The saber slash that split the sky contained an extreme killing intent. That killing intent materialized and rushed towards Emoluya. It was like a blood-red crescent moon that wanted to cut Emoluya in half. At this critical moment, Emoluya reacted quickly. He did not dodge. Instead, he threw a punch. This punch contained the power of darkness and fire. It was extremely powerful and domineering. The fist collided with the saber light. In an instant, the saber light was shattered. The body of the war demon was also struck and shattered. However, that was only an afterimage. In a flash, the war demon used a mysterious method to bypass that punch and approached Emoluya. It slashed out again with an even stronger killing intent and even more powerful power. Slash. Slash. With every slash of the saber, the aura of the war demon continued to condense and grow stronger. Battle intent. Astonishing battle intent. However, Emoluya's strength was also very strong. He did not dodge at all. Instead, he threw out a series of punches. Every punch contained an extremely terrifying power. It shattered the saber light like it could shatter a mountain. Then, it blasted towards the war demon. Collision. The frenzied collision stirred up a terrifying storm of energy that swept out in all directions, wreaking havoc everywhere. Who is this person? A lowly life form can actually fight Emoluya to such an extent. The spectators in the distance were all astonished. The difference in life form between a third-rank void creature and a first-rank void creature was very obvious. It was almost insurmountable. At the same level of strength, a third-rank void creature could not possibly be a match for a first-rank void creature. Previously, Chernzong had appeared and defeated Emoluya. Now, a masked man had appeared and could actually fight Emoluya endlessly. He was not at a disadvantage at all. A third-rank void creature could already do this when they were alive. Moreover, this masked man seemed to be from the same void as Chernzong. Emoluya himself was also extremely shocked. It was one low-level life form, and now another one had appeared. The power contained within the long saber was extremely frightening and domineering. There was also an indescribable madness about it that had completely blocked him. Chapter 24:12. Airbao is 12 days old today. According to our customs, the 6th Dao should treat his relatives to a meal. Fight, fight, fight. On Emoluya's body, strands of demonic markings shone, emitting a dark light. Emoluya's entire being seemed to be filled with evil. His fists were berserk, carrying the power of the great Tao of darkness and fire. He continuously punched out with the 9-layered fist. Each punch was extremely powerful, like a meteor of black fire. They were filled with shocking destructive power, shattering the space in front of him. It was as if he wanted to smash the war demon's body into smithereens. In the face of such a berserk Emoluya, the war demon did not dodge at all. It also did not have any intention of dodging. It chose to face it head-on. It held the blood-red saber in its hand with both hands. It raised the saber and slashed down repeatedly. Each slash was as fast as lightning. Each slash contained an extremely powerful force and a dense killing intent. 9-layered killing saber. The 5th slash, the 6th slash. Suddenly, the war demon raised its saber. The blood-red light shone, becoming even more dazzling and eye-catching. A streak of blood-red light rushed over it like water. 9-layered killing saber, the 7th slash. In an instant the saber disappeared. All that was left was a berserk, cold, blood-red lightning bolt striking down from the sky. Slash. Emoluye's fist force was instantly shattered. The saber slashed at Emoluye's chest like a hot knife through butter. However, Emoluye's arms trembled. His power surged like a ferocious dragon. He immediately unleashed an even stronger power. He used his fist technique to attack the saber light. As he blocked the saber light, Emoluye's entire body slid back. He raised his foot and took another step forward. He landed heavily on the ground, bringing with him endless smoke. With a bang, the ground shook and shattered under his foot. A terrifying force burst forth as the war demon slashed out again. The seventh slash. The inheritance of the eternal battle fort was closely related to battle intent. The stronger one's battle intent, the stronger one's battle prowess would be. At first, the war demon was evenly matched with Emoluye. However, as the battle continued, Emoluye was unable to defeat the war demon. Instead, it fueled the war demon's battle intent. As its battle intent surged, it broke the shackles of the 9-layered killing saber and used the 7th slash. After all, the 3rd layer of the 10,000 elephant true technique corresponded to the 5th and 6th slash. It was obvious that the war devil didn't have Chun Zong's comprehension ability. He didn't have an extraordinary understanding of martial arts and an unparalleled foundation. However, he also had his own strong point. As long as he didn't get defeated in a short period of time, his fighting spirit would continue to accumulate, which would increase his battle prowess. Stronger. This was the characteristic of the Eternal Battle Fort's disciples. Orse battle. The longer as long as time passed, it would be, the more it would be at a disadvantage to the disadvantages the battle. Of course, this growth wasn't limitless. Otherwise, Everlasting War Fort would have taken over Will Palace's position in the void. Endless to the end. Emoluye was infuriated. This lowly life form that was fighting against him was like a madman. Moreover, the most frightening thing was that the more he fought, the more courageous he became. It seemed as if he was getting stronger as he fought. Gradually, Emoluye felt a great pressure bearing down on him. Emoluye's strength was constantly being depleted, but his opponent's strength was not being depleted at all. His attacks did not weaken at all. Instead, the power contained in each slash was increasing. The increase was not obvious, but as it accumulated, it became more and more terrifying. His opponent's strength increased. Suddenly, the eyes under the war demon mask shot out an incomparably sharp light. The sharp light was like the tip of a blade, piercing through everything and tearing everything apart. A terrifying battle intent gathered. The blood-red long saber was raised high, as if connecting the heavens and the earth. A blood-red chi rushed out from the saber, as if it was going to break through the 9 heavens. A tyrannical power gathered on the saber. The 8th slash. A loud shout came from under the war demon mask. It sounded like thunder. The 8th slash of the 9-layered killing saber. Instantly, the surrounding crowd was shocked. Emoluye was only at the 3rd level of the 10,000 elephant true technique. It was already shocking enough that he could perform the 7th slash. Now, he was even performing the 8th slash. It should be known that this was the gathering place of the top heavens prides from all over the void. Even Emoluye, a top heavens pride from the first sequence void, had only cultivated the 6th punch of the 9-fold tyrant fist when he was at the 3rd level of the 10,000 elephant true technique. He had not mastered the 7th punch yet. Now, the war demon had performed the 8th slash. The power of the 8th slash was much stronger than the 7th. It was even more terrifying. Emoluye felt that he could not withstand this slash. He felt as if he would be split in half. It was extremely horrifying. Hurry up and do it. Emoluye shouted in horror at the critical moment. As soon as he finished speaking, a black streak of light pierced through the sky with astonishing speed. It shot over with a terrifying dark and cold power, as if it could freeze everything in the world. As soon as it was released, it crossed 1,000 meters and shot towards the war demon. In an instant, a chill invaded the war demon's body. It seemed to erupt directly from the bones. The war demon was horrified. The saber that was originally aimed at Emoluya was forcibly changed direction and slashed toward the dark and icy light that was shooting at it from the side. It was an arrow. The 8th slash was unstoppable. Its power was overwhelming. The war demon forcibly changed direction and injured itself. However, if it did not do so, it would be able to kill Emoluya. However, it would be hit by the arrow. Based on its keen senses from countless battles of life and death, it would most likely die if that arrow hit it. Under the overwhelming power of the 8th slash, it seemed to split the void. It also shattered the dark and icy arrow. At the same time, Emoluya seized the opportunity and punched out. The 5th punch. It was not that he did not want to use the 6th punch. Instead, the timing changed too quickly. He would be able to use the 5th punch even faster. This punch struck the war demon's body and sent it flying. It coughed up blood continuously. Then, the 2nd arrow pierced through the air and shot toward the war demon. Even someone as strong as the war demon could not withstand the combined attacks of 2 demonic humans. It seemed like it would be killed on the spot. Duan Linkong knelt on the ground, unable to move. However, he could see this scene. His eyes were filled with rage, but he could do nothing about it. It all happened in the blink of an eye. When a cold arrow with terrifying power shot towards the war demon's head, the war demon would die in the next moment because it was unable to block the attack. Don't even think about it. A furious roar suddenly exploded out like a clap of thunder. Amidst the rolling vibrations, a figure that was as agile and swift as an ape and carried an astonishing sense of power instantly traversed dozens of meters and flew out in an instant. As soon as the voice sounded, a purple saber light flickered and slashed through the air. The 5th slash of the 9-fold slaughter saber. This slash struck the dark arrow and shattered it. The saber light was also shattered. However, the war demon was saved. It was Wu Daoyuan, the leader of the Small Path Union. Demonic humans, don't think that we humans are easy to bully. Wu Daoyuan shouted angrily as he stared at the demonic humans in the distance with the purple saber in his hand. With Wu Daoyuan's help, the war demon immediately got the chance. It hurriedly took out the golden rejuvenating elixir and chi returning elixir to heal its injuries and recover its strength. The fierce battle just now had consumed a lot of the war demon's energy. However, due to the special nature of the eternal battle fort, as long as it had a little bit of energy left, it could exert its full power. Therefore, the amount of energy it had left wouldn't affect its performance. After the elixir entered its stomach, it immediately melted. The war demon's injuries and strength were recovering. 2 against 2. We seem to have been underestimated. A mocking voice sounded out, and footsteps sounded out at the same time. They were rhythmic, as if they were stepping on everyone's hearts. They saw 3 demon cultivators walking over with hand seals. Seeing the 3 of them, Wu Daoyuan's pupils shrank like needles, especially the leader. Wu Daoyuan was very well informed. In other words, he paid close attention to the changes in information. Therefore, he recognized the 3 demonic humans, especially the leader. Mo Yihan. Why did Wu Daoyuan remember Mo Yihan? It was because Mo Yihan was part of the second batch of geniuses who had exchanged for the 3rd level of the 10,000 Elephant True technique. The first batch was the so-called 4 expert. As for now, it was said that Mo Yihan had exchanged for the 4th level of the 10,000 Elephant True technique. As for whether it was true or not, Wu Daoyuan didn't see it with his own eyes, so he couldn't be 100% sure. However, the aura that Mo Yihan carried was extremely terrifying. It made people feel extremely wary. Emoluya, you've really embarrassed yourself. Mo Yihan's gaze drifted over and landed on Mo Loye's face. A trace of disdain hung on the corner of his mouth. His tone was obviously reprimanding. It was true. Previously, he had been slashed by a low-level life form and had escaped in a hurry. Now, he had almost been slashed by another low-level life form. He might have even been killed in one slash. It was fine if it happened once. However, he ended up like this a second time. If this wasn't embarrassing himself, then what was? Mo Loye could not refute this, even though his expression was very unsightly. It's only the third level. It doesn't have the qualifications for me to take action. As he looked at Wu Daoyuan and the war demon, his gaze was filled with disdain. The difference between the third level and the fourth level of the 10,000 elephant true technique was obvious. Furthermore, Mo Yihan was a peak genius. Big brother, don't worry. Leave it to us. The two demons laughed sinisterly. They had both reached the third level of the 10,000 elephant true technique, even earlier than Mo Loye. In terms of strength, they were stronger than Mo Loye at the same cultivation level. Wu Deyuan's expression turned grave. Actually, he did not think much of Mo Loye, as he was confident that he could defeat or even kill him. However, these two demons made Wu Daoyuan feel wary. Alliance Chief, I'm here. A cold voice rang out. Then, Lu Xiu's figure flashed and appeared beside Wu Daoyuan. A strong aura spread out from him. Immediately after, a gust of wind whistled. A sky-blue figure appeared beside Wu Daoyuan, as if riding the wind. Feng Lan. Wu Deyuan's creation of the Small Dao Alliance was not a secret. Many races knew about it. Naturally, everyone recognized that these were the Alliance Chief and two Vice Alliance Chiefs of the Small Dao Alliance. War Demon, after this battle, I invite you to be the fourth Vice Alliance Chief of the Small Dao Alliance, Wu Daoyuan said as he looked at the War Demon. After today, there will be no more Small Dao Alliance. Mo Yihan smiled coldly. A great battle was about to break out. You're tuning in to the Phoenix Knights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.